Chapter 443. At this moment, funeral cloths were hung everywhere in the Yi family. Yi Lantian's sudden murder had almost turned the Yi family upside down. Although it had not been completely flipped over yet, the funeral was a very extreme and very obvious manifestation of it. Yi Lantian's wife, Madame Xiang, had no choice but to be elected. However, Yi Lantian's brothers all wanted to come to the Yi family to take a share of the family business. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for second brother's death. Don't worry, as long as big brother is still alive, he will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and arrest the murderer. Yi Lantian's eldest brother was the district chief of this city. He was equivalent to the county's great-grandfather in this city. However, it was obvious that in this monarch city, this position could only deal with some trivial matters. He did not even dare to interfere in slightly bigger matters. The slightest carelessness would cause him to fall into a situation of eternal damnation. This position was obviously not very useful. If it were not for Yi Lantian, he would not even be able to become the district chief. After all, it was all thanks to Yi Lantian's prestige that such a gluttonous and lazy person was able to survive until now. If you want to talk about me, since such a thing actually happened in second brother's family, we should go to that master to calculate. At the same time, we should also bless the Yi family mansion. There must be some evil force causing trouble here. The youngest fifth brother was obsessed with the theory of ghosts and gods. As he spoke, he even looked at Madame Xiang intentionally or unintentionally. Then he muttered in an extremely soft voice, "Could it be that he was cursed to death?" Madame Xiang was in the morning hall. She listened to these brothers who used to be her husband's brother's gossip. They did not put the brotherhood in their eyes at all. They even dared to directly borrow money from her in front of her deceased husband. However, in just half a month, Madame Xiang had lost 2 sons and a daughter. Now, even her husband had been killed. How could people not gossip behind her back? Elder sister, since old master has already become like this, our Yi family courtyard cannot be without a leader. If that were to spread out, we would inevitably become a laughing stock. Song, our husband learning by old master's side since he was young. Why don't we let Song or temporarily manage some of the family's affairs? As for the other arrangements, we will wait for the emperor's decree before making a decision. How about it? Yi Tsong was born of the second madam, but in reality he was just a son who only knew how to squander money. He was incapable in both civil and martial arts. If the Yi clan was handed over to Yi Tsong to manage, it would basically be crippled. However, Madame Xiang was a woman, and it was difficult for her to wield power. It would be a joke if she said it out loud. On the other hand, handing it over to Yi Tsong might look decent, but the Yi family's business would probably be lost. She gave birth to 2 sons with Madame Xiang, but now both of them died suddenly, killed by someone. Their bodies had not even turned cold, and now her husband was directly killed. Even if Madame Xiang had the ability to manage the Yi clan's affairs, she was not in the mood to do so at this time. The few people below were all eyeing the position of the head of the family covetously. For the past few days, they probably still had Madame Xiang in their eyes. If a few more days passed, they would probably turn the sky upside down. Elder sister, second sister, if we're talking about civil and military skills, then our family's Jir is more outstanding and appropriate. Impudent. I'm talking to elder sister here. When is it your turn to speak? Old master's body has not even turned cold. Could it be that you want a rebel? This second madam's temper was usually the most eccentric and irritable. Moreover, she had many tricks up her sleeves. Many of the sisters were also forced by her to the point that they almost could not stand it anymore. After being shouted at by the second madam, some of the people behind her who had other thoughts also dispelled one by one. It was difficult to explain the matter under the other party's prestige. If she was angered, then she might directly use force. Elder sister, it's not that I'm anxious as a younger sister, but I'm really thinking about the big picture. Look at old master's brothers. They are all eyeing our family business covetously. If Gu Xing and Gu Yu were here, they would not dare to be so impudent. I'm also thinking for the good of the Yi clan," the second madam slowly said. After this analysis, those who did not know would really think that the second madam was thinking for the good of the Yi clan. However, in reality, once Yi Tsung ascended to the position, he would definitely fiercely reorganize the Yi clan. Now, the most important thing was to obtain the Dark Knight token. Only this Dark Knight token could mobilize the Yi clan's most elite troops, the Dark Knight army. If they could control the entire Dark Knight army, then they would be able to dominate the Yi clan. Younger sister, you're thinking too much. If you have time, you should go and see Tsung first. Madame Xiang turned around to look at the second madam and said indifferently, Yi Lantian was her husband. Her 2 sons and 1 daughter were all cruelly killed by someone. As a mother and a wife, even if the hope was slim, she would definitely not give up. She must do something. The second madam was also stunned. What did Madame Xiang mean? Lord Xiangyu of the Xiang family has arrived. Xiangyu, he was also Madame Xiang's younger brother. What were these people doing here? Even if they were here to pay their respects, it was not their turn yet. Madam, just as the second madam was about to question Madame Xiang, one of her servant girls quickly walked over and whispered a few words into the second madam's ear. However, the speed of her words was extremely fast. What? Tsung is in prison. When the second madam heard this, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck her. Such a thing actually happened at such a critical moment. The reason for Yi Tsung's imprisonment was extremely strange. Attempted sexual assault. He was reported in court. It was said that the special envoys caught him on the spot and directly detained him in prison. They did not even need to interrogate him and directly arrested him. Xiang Shuyu, how can you be so ruthless? The second madam immediately pointed at Madame Xiang and shouted sternly. In order to prevent Yi Tsung from coming out and causing trouble, she actually used such a method. It was really hard to believe. Madame Xiang must have planned this long ago. Younger sister, why do you say that? My husband, my son, my daughter. If I, Xiang Shu, don't avenge these blood feuds, how can I still have the face to live in this world? No matter who is behind this, I will eliminate them all. As for all of you, Dark Knight Army, listen up. The Yi clan members are not to go out without my orders. Chapter 444. Early in the morning, Li Zongjio took a deep breath of fresh air in the courtyard. He had killed more than a dozen people yesterday, but today it was as if nothing had happened. In Li Zongjio's opinion, it was a very normal thing. Today, Li Zongjio was also preparing to go to the library of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor to browse. When he returned to the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, he also found that Kuan Arisher was nowhere to be seen. However, he thought that Kuan Arisher must have gone on a date with Shueihua, or he must have gone to work under Sunyu. Why is it so lively? When Li Zongjio was heading to the library, he happened to pass by the square. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the square. He could see that these people were constantly moving, and their faces were filled with excitement. Quick! Senior Brother Guat is giving a sermon. He's sharing his experience in the Genius Tower. Let's go quickly. There won't be any seats left if we're late. Some of the students were running at top speed. Whether it was the first or second years, they all rushed out enthusiastically. There were only about 100 seats in the square, and they were all filled. Senior Brother Gua? Li Zongjio wasn't interested at all. He directly swept past these people. However, when he passed by the Genius Tower, he found that the 7th floor of the Genius Tower had already been broken through. The person who broke through was a person called Guisi. There were 3 stages on the 1st floor of the Genius Tower. Half a month ago, Li Zongjio was still at the juncture of the 3rd stage on the 7th floor. Now he had directly broken through to the 8th floor. Therefore, Guisi came out of seclusion to share his experience. although the specific method was difficult to describe. Those who passed the test could use their own experience to comprehend the mysteries within and express it in their own words. As for how much could be imparted and how much could be absorbed by ordinary people, that would depend on the individual's luck. However, passing the 8th floor wasn't a big deal. Just as Li Zongjie was about to enter the library, he saw a man in white walking out with a few people. One of them was Sima Chun, who had tried to rope in Li Zongjie, but was scolded by Li Zongjie. Sima Chun was obviously chatting and laughing in front of the white-robed man. He had a flattering look on his face. However, everyone knew that Sima Chun liked to be friends with everyone. Therefore, they let him be. Anyway, Sima Chun's status wasn't simple. In addition, his talent wasn't bad either. It was natural for a person of such status to fawn over you. Naturally, you would feel proud of yourself. Hey, isn't this Li Zongjie, Junior Brotherly? Are you also here to listen to Senior Brother Guoxi's lecture? When Sima Chun saw Li Zongjie, he was pleasantly surprised. Recently, Li Zongjie was in the limelight. Sima Chun wanted to rope him in, but after the last contact, he found that Li Zongjie didn't seem to be easy to get along with. Therefore, Sima Chun was also thinking of ways to get close to Li Zongjie. But yesterday he seemed to have heard that Li Zongjie seemed to have contradicted Sima family's patriarch, Sima Shengyan, Sima Chun's father, which made Sima Chun somewhat puzzled. However, he thought that his father might have given him face because Li Zongjie was his classmate. Sima Chun suddenly remembered and quickly said to the white-robed man beside him, "Senior Brother Gua, this is the new king of this year's freshman, Li Zongjie." Hearing this, the white-robed man also glanced at Li Zongjie. So this is Junior Brotherly. The younger generation will surpass us in time. If there is anything you don't understand about alchemy in the future, you can ask me at any time. Guoxi said with a smile. He also showed a kind face to Li Zongjie, but Li Zongjie was a genuine old fox. How could he not see through Guoxi's background? He would be able to easily see through it. A hypocritical young man. Most importantly, he actually boasted so shamelessly. However, when the students beside him heard Guoxi's words, they all looked at Li Zongjie with envy. One must know that Guoxi gave Li Zongjie a chance when he opened his mouth. Moreover, he had the intention to cultivate Li Zongjie. With Guoxi's strength, his strength had even surpassed some of the teachers in the academy. Therefore, to be able to receive Guoxi's guidance was something that they could only envy. From this point, it could be seen that Guoxi also thought highly of Li Zongjie. With your little ability, it's better to keep it for yourself. Li Zongjie said indifferently. Until now, Guoxi's face had been maintaining the smile, but when he heard Li Zongjie's words, his smile suddenly froze. Even the flatterer Sima Chun was stunned. Just a moment ago, he was happy for Li Zongjie and was extremely impressed. Geniuses appreciated each other. However, what did Li Zongjie mean by his words? What did he mean by his little ability? It seemed like he was looking down on Senior Brother Guoxi. One must know that Senior Brother Guoxi had solved the Genius Tower's difficult problem a few days ago. He had become the first person to reach the 8th floor. What kind of glory was this? What kind of strength was this? No wonder he was ranked 4th on the alchemy master ranking. Li Zongjie was someone who had yet to be ranked on the alchemy master ranking. Could it be that he was looking down on an expert on the alchemy master ranking? Wasn't he being a little too arrogant? However, the most important thing was Li Zongjie's last sentence. Keep it for himself to keep it for himself? What did that mean? Wasn't he saying? With Guoxi's ability, it was only enough to guard his house. Wasn't it just a dog? He was implying that Guoxi's cultivation had all been focused on a single dog. Li Zongjie really dared to say anything. Hearing this, the surrounding people's expressions all changed. Impudent! How dare you speak so rudely in front of Senior Brother? I think you've become too arrogant. How dare you be so impudent in front of Senior Brother Guoxi? Before Sima Chun could say anything, the two students behind Guasi pointed at Li Zongjio and shouted. It was as if they were criticizing an unpardonable evil person. Li Zongjio glanced at the two people. The two of you are shouting quite happily. Get out of my way and don't block my way. Otherwise, you can only give a lecture while lying on your stomach. His words were obviously directed at Guasi. Originally, he didn't want to pay any attention to Guasi. However, he actually said that he wanted to give Li Zongjio some pointers. I'm afraid I didn't beat the shit out of you. That's because you pooped more cleanly in the morning. As for why he didn't bother with those boot-licking followers, that was also to save time. He couldn't just step on any grasshopper that hopped in front of him one by one. Chapter 445. What are you talking about? This is Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, not a place for hooligans. What are you talking about? These people were also relying on the fact that Guasi was standing in front of them. Each and every one of them mustered up their courage and continued to confront Li Zongjio. Why aren't you apologizing to Senior Gua? Maybe Senior Gua will be magnanimous and forgive you. That's right. How dare you talk nonsense in front of Senior Gua after learning some mediocre skills? Sima Chun looked at the situation and quickly walked in front of Li Zongjio and whispered to Li Zongjio. Junior brother Li, this senior brother Gua is someone you can't afford to offend. He's very powerful. Hurry up and apologize. I'll go talk to him and we'll forget about this matter today. Give me some face and admit defeat. Get out of the way. You're dead. Li Zongjio directly slapped Sima Chun's head and threw him to the side. In fact, Li Zongjio was also holding back. Although he and Sima Chun were on good terms, he didn't add insult to injury in front of Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio was naturally able to tell who was good and who was bad. This slap was to teach Sima Chun a lesson. At the same time, it was to make Sima Chun roll to the side and not get involved in the following matter. You guys are all big and burly men. Your parents painstakingly raised you and sent you to Heavenly Day Medicine Manor to study hard. But you guys are here, kneeling and licking someone who is similar to you. Don't you have any shame? How can you face your parents like this? Is it because this guy wants to sleep with your women? You guys are also willing to let him do it. You guys are also very happy to clap at the side when he does it. Li Zongjio pointed at the young man behind Guasi and scolded him. The current atmosphere in Heavenly Day Medicine Manor was also like this. No wonder there were so few talents in this dynasty. Each and every one of them was kneeling on the ground. Just looking at them made one angry. All of a sudden, it ignited everyone in the room. What did you say? Even Guasi, who had an extremely good temper, pointed at Li Zongjio and angrily reprimanded him. The fact that Li Zongjio had spoken such filthy words meant that his heart was extremely impure. The pills refined by such a person would definitely be even more smelly than the smelly rocks in the dung pit. I dare you to say that again. I won't allow you to insult Xiang. There's absolutely no such thing. One of them seemed to be trying his best to deny Li Zongjio's words. The two companions beside him also looked at him with incomparable shock. If there was no such thing, then why was he so agitated to deny it? Why did he look so agitated? Why are you all looking at me? I only asked Xiang, to help Senior Brother Gua grind the medicine. There's absolutely nothing else. That person was at a loss. He didn't know what to do at all. He could only give such a far-fetched explanation. However, such an explanation was really pale and powerless. It was even hard for people to believe it. Shut up. Li Zongjio, I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to slander me and defame me in front of so many senior brothers? Guasi pointed at Li Zongjio and roared in a low voice. There was an ominous glint in his eyes as he glared angrily at Li Zongjio. However, in the next moment, he saw Li Zongjio grab his hand. He directly fell backwards. This shoulder throw was also very beautiful. Bang! Guaxi's entire body was smashed to the ground. He fell to the ground and couldn't move. He looked as if he was about to die. Even Guaxi himself didn't expect that Li Zongjie would actually dare to attack him. Such an extremely vile act actually happened to him in front of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's library. Don't be too arrogant. What right did Li Zongjie have to be so arrogant? Guaxi, who had fallen to the ground, didn't get up. Some of the lackeys around him were also stunned. This was simply too much. He actually dared to attack. Speak properly. Don't point at me. It's so rude. Li Zongjie glanced at Guaxi, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently. At this moment, some of the people behind him hurriedly went up to support Guaxi. They were concerned about Guaxi, but they realized that the fall was indeed quite heavy. Li Zongjie, you are so daring. You actually dare to kill your fellow disciple. I will report you to the Academic Affairs Department. Whatever. Li Zongjie walked up the stairs and entered the library. When he heard the words of the people behind him, he waved his hand and said without even turning his head. The so-called Academic Affairs Department was specifically used to deal with those who were disobedient and had committed serious violations of the school rules. For such people, they would be sent to the Academic Affairs Department to receive punishment. Even if the teachers or elders in the academy committed a mistake, the Academic Affairs Department had the authority to punish them. Most of the students who were sent to such a place would be severely taught a lesson. Very few of them were disobedient. However, Li Zongjie didn't care. With the Imperial Alchemist token in his hand, no one would be able to touch him. Now that he thought about it, if it wasn't for him, the one who had the highest chance of winning this competition would be Mengyu from the Qing Yuan Manor. This token felt like it was tailor-made for Mengyu. However, it had now fallen into his hands. Not only that, Mengyu was directly killed by someone. Of course, he was killed by Li Zongjie. It seemed like the Qing Yuan Manor had made a big mistake. Although Mengyu's death didn't have much to do with Li Zongjie, the Qing Yuan Manor would definitely come looking for him. This Li Zongjie is simply lawless and has no regard for the law. Let's jointly report him. Is there anyone who wants to follow me? The boy who was talking about Xiang suddenly said with righteous indignation. It seemed like he was preparing to get rid of evil for the people. However, the rest of the people didn't listen to him. Let's send Senior Guaxi to the medical hall first. It seems like his injury is not light. Seeing that Guaxi was still unable to get up, his mind was still clear. However, he had no way to control his body. This strange state was really surprising. If he still couldn't recover in a while, then it would really be the same as what Li Zongjie said. He could only lie down and share this lecture. His attack was really ruthless. They didn't know how Li Zongjie did it. Chapter 446. After all, this was the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. If someone were to die here, Li Zongjie would not have an easy time. After all, Li Zongjie was still in the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, and he needed the things in the Genius Tower. It was best not to be too high profile. This time, he came to the library to look for the location of some herbs. It's not easy to refine a grade 6 elixir, Li Zongjie thought to himself. At the same time, he began to search through the books on the bookshelf. Finally, he found a book called the Encyclopedia of All Things. With the crystal of the blood medicine worm as the catalyst, I can refine a longevity myriad yuan elixir. However, I still lack a few unique herbs. The herbs needed to refine a grade 6 elixir could not be bought on the market. Only a specialized team could help you find them. However, he had to provide some information first. These medicinal herbs were enough to make people go bankrupt. These medicinal herbs were like treasures, and they could only be found in some special places. It was equivalent to an extremely large project. Ghost burial flower in the 1,000 ghost abyss. Li Zongjie looked at the introduction in his hand and found the herb he needed. The ghost burial flower had to be at least 1,000 years old. In order to refine a grade 6 elixir, even if it was just some supplementary herbs, It had to be at least 100 years old. Therefore, in order to refine a grade 6 elixir, the sect would usually use all its resources to refine the elixir. Generally, the sect would not open the cauldron to refine the elixir. After all, if the refinement failed, it would take a long time to recover. 1,000-year, purple fairy vine. Ghost King Night Grass, Li Zongjiu counted a few times. The longevity, myriad yuan elixir had gathered the power of the ghost immortals. Even among the grade 6 elixirs, it was one of the best. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to refine. In order to control the power of the ghost immortals, one would need a lot of power. Oh, are you looking for the ghost burial flower? That's not easy to deal with. Just as Li Zongjiu was flipping through the pages, an old man in charge of arranging the books in the library noticed the page in Li Zongjiu's hand and said, Li Zongjiu looked at the latter. The strength of this old man was absolutely unfathomable to ordinary people, but Li Zongjiu recognized this person. In his previous life, the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor had faced several crises, and they were almost wiped out. After all, there had been several major incidents. There was also someone who wanted to destroy the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. However, the legendary mansion lord never showed up. But as long as the old man of the library took action, the mansion lord would leave with his tail between his legs. After knowing that the mansion lord was here, the people outside no longer dared to act presumptuously. This old man could be considered the protector of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. His strength was already close to the peak of the Yuan monarch level. Usually he would tidy up the books in his hands and live a simple life, rarely showing his face. Li Zongjiu did not know the reason why he chose to live in seclusion. After all, he was too lazy to care about the person in front of him. However, later on, he occasionally heard that this old man had already been poisoned many years ago. This kind of poison was usually hidden extremely well. However, once Yuan power was used, it would increase the speed of the poison. It was rumored that this poison originated from the great desolate lands. The mansion lord, who had not shown his face for many years, was in the desolation land, searching for the existence of the detoxification herb. Unfortunately, he did not manage to wait for the mansion lord to return. This old man would probably die in 100 years. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had only heard of this news, but he did not take it to heart. After all, at that time it was difficult for him to even survive, so how could he have the time to listen to the legends of the underworld? It was only when he met the mansion lord of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor that he would occasionally sigh. If he had been in the mansion that day, this would not have happened. Li Zongjiu did not know the name of this old man. At the very least, he could only protect himself in front of this old man. It was impossible for him to shake this old man in the slightest. A pinnacle Yuan monarch powerhouse was not someone who could be so easily shaken. Senior, do you know about this ghost burial flower? Li Zongjiu asked. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life, this old man was Li Zongjiu's senior. Therefore, it did not matter if he addressed him as such. Li Zongjiu was not always so arrogant in front of everyone. I know about it, but why do you want this evil thing? The old man asked. Once this ghost burial flower was born, there would be no life within a radius of 10,000 miles. This kind of power was not something an ordinary Yuan master could withstand. If one got close, one would be devoured by this ghost burial flower. Unless one's cultivation had reached the Yuan King realm, only then would one be able to withstand it. To refine elixirs, Li Zongjiu replied. Can such an evil thing be used to refine elixirs? Are you refining poison? The old man asked curiously. Of course not. What is evil? Is anything that can kill evil? Power itself is not divided into good and evil. There is no need to test me on this point. If you have something to ask of me, you can get straight to the point. You and I are not the kind of people who drag things out. Li Zongjiu said nonchalantly. At this point, Li Zongjio had already guessed the old man's intentions. He also knew that this old man was deliberately testing him. Li Zongjio was able to see through the old man's methods and intentions. After learning about it, he directly explained the situation. The old man seemed to be a little surprised by Li Zongjio's discovery and tried his best to disguise himself. There is no need to disguise yourself. Why bother hiding your cultivation at the peak of the Yuan King realm in such a place, right? When Li Zongjio said this, the old man's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. How did Li Zongjio know that his cultivation was at such a level? When the old man took a closer look at Li Zongjio, he actually discovered that Li Zongjio had the strength of a grade 9 Yuan master. He was even more shocked. You actually possess the cultivation of a 9th grade Yuan ancestor. Such a monstrous talent. Who exactly are you? The old man in the library was extremely shocked. A grade 9 Yuan master was not a cultivation level that Li Zongjio should have at his age. Even if he did, he should not have appeared in a place like Heavenly Star, Medicine Manor. Who I am is not important. However, if you are unable to remove the great desolate sky scorpion's poison in your body within 10 years, your cultivation will be completely devoured. Li Zongjio once again said something that made the old man extremely shocked. You. Who exactly are you? The old man's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Chapter 447. Don't be nervous. You should have already investigated who I am. Even the records of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor are clearly written down. You can check them at any time. Li Zongjio said. After all, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was a top-notch institution. They would definitely have a complete information system. The background of the students would definitely be thoroughly investigated. This was also a method to obtain resources. It did not mean that the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wanted to obtain anything from the students. It was because the higher-ups had to make preparations. The old man in the library looked at Li Zongjio silently. Indeed, before approaching Li Zongjio, he had already read all the information about Li Zongjio. He also knew the identity of this Li Zongjio. However, he did not expect Li Zongjio to know so much. Since you know about the Desolation Sky Scorpion, do you know how to detoxify the poison of this Sky Scorpion? The old man probed, hoping to hear a positive answer from Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio also pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. As long as you can help me detoxify the poison of this Sky Scorpion, I will agree to whatever you want. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, I can directly give you the position of an elder. Even the guy who had a conflict with you at the entrance can leave at any time. In the future, it will not be a problem for you to do whatever you want in Monarch City. The old man was clearly excited. He even made so many promises just to get Li Zongjio to help him detoxify the poison. Clearly, this matter had been bothering him for a long time. He was even a little impatient. The poison of this Sky Scorpion is naturally nothing special, Li Zongjio said faintly. Originally, he wanted to personally make a trip to the abyss of 1,000 ghosts. However, it seemed that he had already found a means of transportation. Moreover, this person had taken the initiative to come to him. This made Li Zongjio feel a little disappointed. The heavens were really helping him. Just tell me, what are the conditions for you to remove the poison from my body? The old man said. Seeing Li Zongjio's slow manner, he couldn't wait to directly hold a knife to Li Zongjio's neck and interrogate him. However, the old man was clearly aware of Li Zongjio's strength. Such a formidable young man was truly rare. Didn't I say that I want to concoct pills? However, these herbs are still a little difficult for me. Moreover, I don't have that much time to look for these things. If you want me to help you, help me find these herbs first. Li Zongjio handed the slip of paper to the old man. The old man casually skimmed through the names in front of him and felt as though his scalp was about to explode. This kid was clearly treating him as a laborer and asking him to sacrifice his life for free. If he died in the process of searching for these herbs, who would he look for? Most importantly, the old man wasn't sure if Li Zongjio had the ability to remove the poison from his body. Previously, there were many geniuses in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The old man had also secretly guided them on this path, but they didn't seem to have the ability to do so. Although some of them were able to figure it out, there was no way out. However, in the end, there was nothing he could do. After all, the primordial sky scorpion's poison was too cruel and overbearing. Even though he was a peak Yuan monarch, he could barely suppress the poison within his body. He couldn't move at all. As of now, his cultivation could be considered to have been crippled. Young man, it won't be easy for you to find these herbs. What the old man meant was that he wanted Li Zongju to tell him if he really had the ability to treat his poison. Naturally, you don't have to worry about whether I have the ability to detoxify the poison. What good would it do me to lie to you? Li Zongjiu said. This was the conversation of a smart person. The old man also understood that as long as Li Zongjiu didn't intend to commit suicide, he wouldn't choose to provoke a peak Yuan monarch powerhouse. All right, you are a smart person. I believe you. Don't worry. At the very least, I can guarantee that no one in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor will dare touch you during this period of time. The old man said solemnly. Li Zongjiu nodded in satisfaction. You have 5 months from now. If you exceed this time, I won't need to look for you anymore. Do you understand? Therefore, your time is also very tight. Li Zongjiu patted the old man's shoulder. He didn't want to give the old man any chance to drag things out. However, before Li Zongjiu could walk out of the library, a group of people in black robes walked in. When they saw Li Zongjiu, one of them immediately flashed a sign. Academic Affairs Department. Someone has reported that you have maliciously injured another person. You have the right to remain silent. However, we will record everything you say and take you away. The person who had just arrived didn't say anything else. With a wave of his hand, he was about to order the person to be taken away. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, sneered and stood still. How much money did you receive to actually do such a thing? Li Zongjiu said. When the person from the Academic Affairs Department heard this, he knew that Li Zongjiu was indeed arrogant. He actually dared to go against the people from the Academic Affairs Department. Could it be that this guy didn't want to stay in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor anymore? If the Academic Affairs Department wanted to chase him away, no one would be able to stay safely. You're courting death. Take him away. I want to interrogate him properly. Put on a hood. The person who led the group said sternly. Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry to resist. He just stood there without moving. There was no need for him to deal with these matters now. All of you, stop! Just as the people from the Academic Affairs Department were about to take action, an old man's roar came from behind. Then the old man from the library walked out. This Li Zongjiu is from my library. All of you scram. After the old man appeared, he said without any trace of politeness. It was as if this wave of his hand was enough to send people flying. The people from the Academic Affairs Department were pushed back a few steps by this palm. They originally wanted to retaliate in anger. However, they suddenly thought of something and immediately widened their eyes. They looked at the old man in front of them with a trace of shock in their eyes. Then they looked at the old man with incomparable shock. Sorry to disturb you. We'll leave now. We'll leave now. The head of the Academic Affairs Department immediately waved his hand and led the people away. At this moment, the people who were standing at the side and waiting to watch a good show were also shocked. How could this be? You guys, aren't you going to arrest him? Li Zongjiu calmly walked past that person and patted him on the shoulder. I pity your Xiang'er. That person was stunned when he heard this. Xiang'er is innocent. Chapter 448. Sacred Flame, Royal City. In the southeast corner of the city, there was a white-clothed person. He was dressed delicately and looked like a scholar. The paper fan in his hand was constantly flapping his palm. Behind the scholar, there was also an old lady with a walking stick. She was trying her best to follow the white-clothed person. "Young lady, please slow down. I can't keep up with you." The old woman's body was stooped as she continued to walk forward. However, the white-clothed woman's body was incomparably vigorous. In a short while, she had already walked far away, causing the old woman to constantly shuttle through the crowd. After much difficulty, the old woman finally brought the white-clothed woman to an inn for the time being. "We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow we'll go to the auction and buy back our compassionate travel sex things," the old lady said leisurely. Then she ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles. "Granny, since it's our things, why do we have to buy it?" "Because we're not strong enough now," the old lady said. This was a sore spot. It made it difficult for the old lady to talk about it. She wished that her cultivation could slowly increase. In that case, she wouldn't have to worry about the treaty in the secular world. She could directly snatch the things that belonged to their sect. Then how strong do we have to be? The white-clothed woman wasn't old. While waiting for the noodles to be served, she also used 2 chopsticks to poke her 2 dimples. She looked at the old lady in front of her with a bored expression, because ever since she could remember things, her granny had been repeatedly saying that they weren't strong enough, but they were strong enough. Moreover, she would quickly say that you'll know when you grow up. "When you grow up, you'll know," Granny said. "The noodles are here. 2 bowls of plain noodles. Please, let's eat the noodles." The white-clothed woman raised her chopsticks excitedly. Soon, she finished the bowl of noodles in front of her. "This bowl is also yours. Thank you, Granny." The white-clothed woman unceremoniously ate all the noodles on the table. The old lady looked at the girl in front of her with an extremely doting gaze. This was the hope of their sect's future. On the other side, although something like that happened in the Zhao family's territory, they still had to do what they had to do. However, what should be done still had to be done. After all, the Zhao family was also a victim. Some of the items that had yet to be auctioned had to be taken out for auction. If they could not be delivered on time, their auction house would also bear the risk. Therefore, they continued to announce to the public that they would continue to auction the stone steels of the compassionate travel sect. Because of the previous incident, there were even rumors that Yi Lantian had offended someone he could not afford to offend and was dealt with by someone else. In addition, this incident also gave the compassionate travel sect's stone tablet a sense of mystery. Of course, it was very likely that the Zhao family was manipulating public opinion behind the scenes and making up for the benefits. The location of the second auction was changed to the Cool Breeze Inn. What was surprising was that Zhao Jingxian was also interested in Li Zongjiu after the previous incident. There must be something behind this Li Zongjiu. If he could grasp this opportunity well, it would be an extremely important beginning for the Zhao family. However, this time, Zhao Jingxian did not have the time to look for Li Zongjiu to participate in this auction. Someone had already come to look for him. The person who came caught Zhao Jingxian off guard. He could not believe that this person would come to look for him. "You know Li Zongjiu, right?" Qi Yanran said indifferently and glanced at Zhao Jingxian. Zhao Jingxian nodded repeatedly. I know him. I want to meet him at your auction. Can you help me arrange it? You have the final say on how much it is," Qi Yanran said. These words made Zhao Jingxian a little confused. What did she mean? She wanted to meet Li Zongjiu at the Zhao family's auction? Were the 2 of them going on a date or something? Why were they so mysterious? Were they doing something behind the scenes? However, Zhao Jingxian was also a smart person. Qi Yanran was a person who was difficult to get in touch with. If Qi Yanran did not take the initiative to look for Zhao Jingxian, it would be difficult for Zhao Jingxian to get in touch with Qi Yanran. He naturally understood Qi Yanran's request. Moreover, this was such a good opportunity. How could he accept Qi Yanran's money? "Miss Qi, don't worry. Leave this small matter to me. I won't accept a single cent," Zhao Jingxian said with a smile. I owe you a favor." After Qi Yanran finished speaking, she turned and left. This made Zhao Jingxian smile even more in his heart. This was not a big matter, and he actually got a favor from Qi Yanran. This was the top genius of the Qi family, one of the 4 great families. Her words were even more effective than the words of the Qi family's head. Before Zhao Jingxian could arrange these things, soon another person came to look for Zhao Jingxian. "Brother Shishu, what brings you here? It's so rare to see you." When Zhao Jingxian saw the person who came, he was suddenly shocked. What kind of wind was blowing in the Holy Flame royal city today? It actually blew all these people who would not normally see each other for 8 lifetimes here. Shishu in front of him was a complete cultivation maniac. If he did not cultivate, he would die. Therefore, Shishu spent almost all his time on cultivation. Time was very precious. Earlier, many people came to him to ask for pills, but they were all rejected. This was because he did not have the time to refine pills for others. Now that Shishu appeared in front of him, Zhao Jingxian was shocked. "This is my notes on refining pills. I want to pawn it to you." Hearing Shishu's words, Zhao Jingxuan's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. Although Shishu's status in the Shi family was not high, it was a matter of the past. To be able to cultivate Shishu to his current strength step by step, the Shi family had obviously put in a lot of capital. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to cultivate a 4th-grade alchemist. Now, Shishu did not have any power in the Shi family, nor did he have any income. However, he was a great signboard. A 4th-grade alchemist was welcomed by any family. Naturally, the Shi family would protect him. Such a person should not be lacking in money. "Brother Shishu, you have come to me because you think highly of me. How can I take your life's work? Tell me, how much do you want?" Zhao Jingxian said generously. The main reason was that he was in a good mood today. He didn't expect that these people, whom he usually didn't see, would take the initiative to come to him. This was a very proud thing. Even Qi Yanran owed him a favor. Just thinking about it made him very excited. 5 billion purple yuan. Chapter 449. When he heard this amount, Zhao Jingxuan's legs almost went soft. Originally, he had thought that this stone tree would at most cost 7 or 800 million purple yuan, which was already the limit. But when he opened his mouth, he actually asked for 5 billion purple yuan. Where would he find so much money to give to this young man? This immediately put Zhao Jingxian in a difficult position. Shishu also knew that this was a huge sum that ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford. Therefore, he went to look for Zhao Jingxian, who was one of the 4 great families. From what he knew, Zhao Jingxian was very rich. His daily squandering was extremely extravagant. Therefore, looking for Zhao Jingxian was the most likely to succeed. If it was Qi Yanran who came to borrow money, then Zhao Jingxian would go bankrupt and sell everything he had to raise the money for her, because Qi Yanran's identity and status were different. She had unlimited potential. As for Shishu, although Shishu's strength was very strong, Shishu was already at his limit. However, the situation inside Shishu's body was like an arrow at the end of its flight, a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Once the money was lent to Shishu, who would be able to get the money back from him? Therefore, even Zhao Jingxian didn't dare to do this. Brother Shishu, it's not that I, Zhao Jingxian, don't want to help you. It's just that this amount, even for me, is like a moat. Zhao Jingxian couldn't voice his own bitterness. A few days ago at the auction, he had spent 100 million purple yuan out of his own pocket to buy an item that was only worth 2 million purple yuan and then gave it to someone else. This was the most sullen thing. He had lost 100 million purple yuan for no reason. How much money would he have to earn? Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed across Shishu's eyes. Over the past few days, he had done his best to convince his mother to borrow 5 billion purple yuan from the Shi clan. This move alone had shaken the status of the Shi clan's patriarch, who was also Shi Shu's father. This was because Shi Shu's mother was only a maidservant of the patriarch of the Shi clan. Therefore, in order to gather the 5 billion purple yuan, Shi Shu had to go through a lot of torture and training. In the process, Shi Shu realized that this was the real trial. These physical ailments were never true tribulations, but the ways of the world. This alchemy notebook of his was the result of many years of hard work. If it wasn't a last resort, he wouldn't have taken out this notebook, but Shi Shu was disappointed. If he couldn't get 10 billion, then he wouldn't have any chance. This was his only chance. Seeing that the stone tree was about to turn and leave, Zhao Jingxian felt as if he saw a person turn and walk into the darkness. This gave Zhao Jingxian a strange feeling. If it was in the past, Zhao Jingxian wouldn't care if you lived or died. Brother Shi Shu, may I ask what you need so much money for? Zhao Jingxian asked. Find someone to treat. Shi Shu said with a bitter taste in his mouth. He did not expect that after so many years of illness, he would be overwhelmed by money at this crucial moment. Who is it? Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Li Zongjiu. Shi Shu said. This wasn't a secret, and there was nothing to hide. Since he had already said it, he could only wait and see if anyone would want his alchemy notes in the black market. What? Li Zongjiu again? Brother Shi Shu, wait! Zhao Jingxian hurriedly stopped Shi Shu. When he heard Shi Shu mention Li Zongjiu, Zhao Jingxian understood why he felt that something was wrong. It was because this matter was related to Li Zongjiu. Could this Li Zongjiu be a god? Because of this Li Zongjiu, all these people that he normally wouldn't see gathered around him. However, Zhao Jingxian thought about it and realized that it was because Li Zongjiu had received his invitation to participate in this auction. In the eyes of outsiders, he had formed a friendship with Li Zongjiu. That was why Qi Yanran came to find him. You're saying that you want these 5 billion purple yuan in order to find Li Zongjiu to treat your hidden illness? Shi Shu's illness was already an open secret. There was no cure for the disease of dry meridians. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had the ability to cure this disease? In an instant, Zhao Jingxian felt that his future was bright. If Li Zongjiu could really cure the disease of dry meridians without many people knowing about it, then Li Zongjiu would become a secret that only Zhao Jingxian knew. If he could establish a cooperative relationship with Li Zongjiu, it would be like unearthing a primordial stone mine hidden in the sea. Such a matter was simply an opportunity for the Zhao family to make a lot of money every day. Most importantly, it was he, Zhao Jingxian, who had set up this line. In the future, there would be a great opportunity to help him succeed. However, the price of the stepping stone was a little expensive. It required a total of 5 billion. It's 10 billion. Li Zongjiu asked for 10 billion. I have already borrowed 5 billion from the Shi family. Now, I am still short of 5 billion. Shi Shu said slowly, looking at Zhao Jingxuan's surprised eyes. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Was there something wrong with this guy's eyes? So that's how it is. Brother Shi Shu, give me the 5 billion. Give me 3 days. I will help you settle it. But regarding Li Zongjiu's help, you must keep it a secret for me. How about it? Even if it's the Shi family, you can't reveal it. I won't charge you any interest. Zhao Jingxian said immediately. With Shi Shu's intelligence, he immediately understood Zhao Jingxuan's thoughts. Although Zhao Jingxian wanted to make use of Li Zongjiu, the most important thing for Shi Shu now was to cure his illness. Nothing else mattered. 3 days is too long. I only have 2 days left. If I can't gather the money in 2 days, I will miss the deadline. Shi Shu said. 5 days had passed since the day of the competition. Today was the 6th day. If he couldn't gather the money by tomorrow, he would really die. 2 days, fine. Zhao Jingxian gritted his teeth. If he used his own resources, it wouldn't be difficult to transfer 5 billion. After all, he was borrowing and not directly asking for it. In that case, Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your help. After this, Shi Shu will definitely repay your kindness. Chapter 450. Although Shi Shu had entrusted the task to Zhao Jingxian, he wasn't idle. He had some elixirs that he had refined in the past. If he sold them, they could be exchanged for some money. Although it was a drop in the bucket compared to 10 billion, it was still his full strength. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, the first person to look for Li Zongjiu wasn't Zhao Jingshuan's men, nor was it the Special Envoy Department. It was the 7-star fire room. 7-star fire room's invitation card? I'm not free. Li Zongjiu received the invitation card from the 7-star fire room and threw it to the side. The 7-star fire room was a huge source of income. If he could establish a relationship with the 7-star fire room, he would definitely be able to earn a huge sum of money. With this money tree, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money in the future. However, when the guard at the door saw Li Zongjiu throw the invitation card away, he immediately gave Li Zongjiu a thumbs up in his heart. He was simply too awesome. Young Master Li, please wait. Li Zongjiu was about to make a trip to the relay station to send a letter back to ask about the current situation in the family. However, he was stopped by a woman. Judging from her attire, she should be a maid with a high status. At the very least, her eyes did not have the expression of an ordinary maid. Instead, there was a light in her eyes that belonged to an intelligent person. This was a confidence that ordinary maids didn't have. At this moment, she stood in front of Li Zongjiu with a certain amount of confidence. It wasn't only because of her intelligence, but also because of her appearance. However, Li Zongjiu didn't stop walking. He walked straight past her. No matter how big the world was, it wasn't as big as writing a letter back. The maid, Xiao Zhao, was sent by Song Jiu. She was also Song Jiu's right-hand woman. Many things were handled by Xiao Zhao. She naturally knew that with Li Zongjiu's unruly character, it was impossible to invite him over with just an invitation card. She had to personally appear. Therefore, after delivering the letter, she waited at the side for Li Zongjiu to appear. In less than half an hour, she saw Li Zongjiu come out. She immediately came out and wanted to call out to Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu acted as if he didn't hear her and walked past her. This immediately made Xiao Zhao feel as if she had no face left. I, a great beauty, am standing right in front of you, and you actually ignored me. Although Xiao Zhao admitted that she didn't have the temperament of a young lady in the eyes of ordinary people, she was already a top beauty. Young Master Li, wait a moment. I'm from the 7-star fire room. Xiao Zhao immediately lifted her skirt and chased after Li Zongjiu. She wanted to talk to Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu still walked quickly. Do you have a carriage? Li Zongjiu suddenly turned his head and asked, An carriage? Yes, it's right there. Xiao Zhao pointed at the carriage that was parked not far behind them. A red horse was standing quietly in front of it. The interior of the carriage could only be considered mediocre. Get on. Li Zongjiu directly got on the carriage. Xiao Zhao didn't react. Did Li Zongjiu agree or not? If he didn't agree, then why did he get on her carriage? Moreover, a man and a woman alone in a carriage. If someone saw this, how was she going to explain it? Are you coming up or not? Li Zongjiu lifted the curtain and shouted at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao stood in the same place. She was immediately embarrassed by Li Zongjiu's actions. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this Li Zongjiu wanted her to serve him? Bah, how could he be so shameless? He actually wanted to rely on the Mrs. Favor to make such an excessive request. However, when she thought about it, Li Zongjiu was the #1 genius in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's freshman list. A few days ago, he defeated everyone in the 3 Great Medicine Manors exchange competition and obtained the first place. At the same time, he also obtained the qualifications of an imperial alchemist. Thinking about it this way, This Li Zongjio was indeed very outstanding. At the very least, he was definitely a top-notch existence among his peers. While she was thinking, she actually got into the carriage without anyone noticing. To the courier station. The coachman immediately urged the carriage and set off leisurely. Since Lord Zhao didn't say that he would chase Li Zongjio away, the coachman naturally didn't dare to. "What do you want from me? Just say it," Li Zongjio asked. There were quite a lot of things that happened recently. First, there was the matter of the Great Joy Casino. Then, there was the matter of the Azure Dragon Gang. Then, there was the matter of the great, desolate Sky Scorpion's poison. Now, the 7-star Fire Room was looking for him. He didn't know what they wanted from him. This is our 7-star Fire Room's newest Yuan tool, Raging Dragon Capturing. Xiao took out a picture book. At first, he thought that Li Zongjio was going to go berserk the moment he got on the carriage. At that time, Xiao was still thinking about whether he should kick him off. However, looking at Li Zongjio's eyes, it seemed that he was completely uninterested in him. This made Xiao feel a little disappointed. "I know, get to the point." Xiao looked at Li Zongjio in astonishment. This Raging Dragon Capturing was the newest Yuan tool. As a man, he should at least be curious about this Yuan tool. However, looking at Li Zongjio's expression, it seemed like he really knew about this Raging Dragon Capturing. "We would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for Raging Dragon Capturing. In return, the 7-star Fire Room will give you a new sample of every new Raging Flame's dragon slaying flames." Xiao said. Every time there was an update, he would send a copy to Li Zongjio. "How do I endorse it? Hold it and speak?" Li Zongjio asked. Li Zongjio also had a good impression of this Raging Dragon Capturing. If it wasn't for this Raging Dragon Capturing, Li Zongjio would have been killed by his enemies long ago. As for whether his enemies from back then would become his enemies in this world, Li Zongjio still had to wait and see. If there were any signs of it, Li Zongjio would directly kill him. "You agree?" Xiao was a little surprised. After all, this kind of thing was something that most people would consider for a long time. Of course, it wasn't really considered, but in order to obtain more benefits, they would ask for a higher price. That was why they kept delaying it. There had never been anyone who could directly agree to it. Therefore, Xiao was a little surprised. "If it's not too troublesome, I've been quite busy recently," Li Zongjio said. Xiao didn't expect this cooperation to be settled so quickly. "It's not troublesome. On the 10th day of the 10th month, there will be a Yuan weapon display on the peak of Golden Mountain. At that time, you only need to use this Raging Dragon Capturing to defeat the other Yuan weapons." In King City, the 7-star Fire Room wasn't the only one developing Yuan weapons. There would also be many people who would come to study this Yuan tool. If they were able to create a powerful Yuan tool, they would definitely become the center of attention. For many people, this was also a grand event, an opportunity to truly showcase themselves. Chapter 451. October 10th was definitely a big day in the Yuan weapon world. Many Yuan weapon grandmasters in the sacred Flame Royal City would take out their own Yuan weapons in hopes of breaking through the encirclement of Yuan weapons. The competition was naturally an extremely cruel thing. However, if one could emerge victorious, one's reputation would definitely soar. Regardless of whether it was the designer of the Yuan weapon or the merchant behind it, they would all benefit immensely. 10th of October? That's next month. Sure. Li Zongjio nodded. All right then. It's not that Mr. Li doesn't trust you. However, both of us have to sign an authorization contract. It's also for the sake of going through the process and ensuring that there's a guarantee. Xiao took out a contract in his hand. However, he spoke very carefully because he was worried that Li Zongjio would get angry. One must know that many experts would think that he was looking down on Li Zongjio by signing this contract. They would think that Li Zongjio was an untrustworthy person. Therefore, every time they reached this stage, they would need to coax and coax. However, Li Zongjie was very straightforward and directly pressed his thumb on the contract. The contract was just a joke. To a true expert, it was useless. It was also useless for petty people. This was just an agreement between gentlemen. Of course, this was under the condition that Li Zongjie was strong. If Li Zongjie was really just an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, the 7-star fire room would have 100 ways to get back their benefits. Xiao Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Zongjie press his thumb on the contract. Originally, a business negotiation of this level should be a piece of cake for Xiao Zhao. However, when he faced Li Zongjie, he couldn't help but feel some other emotions. He even felt that Li Zongjie was a very difficult person to deal with. After all, he dared to kick Han Wuxiu, the commander of the Special Envoys Department, in front of so many people. That was a pretty awesome thing. That was why Xiao Zhao thought that Li Zongjie's temper wasn't that good. However, after interacting with Li Zongjie for a while, Xiao Zhao realized that Li Zongjie wasn't as irritable and dissatisfied as he thought. He even had violent tendencies. Although he was a little cold and aloof, he still gave people a feeling that he was very reasonable. Congratulations, young Master Li. I hope that our future cooperation will be even more pleasant. Xiao Zhao said with a smile. He reached out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Li Zongjie. At this moment, the carriage suddenly jolted. The force of the jolting caused Xiao Zhao to almost fly towards Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie pushed Xiao Zhao back to his seat with one hand. This made Xiao Zhao feel ashamed and angry. What's going on outside? Lord Xiao Zhao, it's the Special Envoys Department. They are inspecting the carriage. Because the relay station wasn't far from the city gate, if they were to go near the relay station, they would have to conduct a strict inspection. These days, it could be said that a bloody storm had been secretly stirred up in the sacred flame royal city. Someone had to settle this storm of blood and carnage. Now, the person to handle this storm was Sima Shanyan. His subordinates were also investigating day and night. They had to find the assassin that day. It was said that an unidentified person was caught at the scene on that day. Moreover, he was armed with a murder weapon and had disguised himself. He was directly arrested and sent to the Special Envoys Department's prison. He was being interrogated and was most likely left with half his life. Don't they know that this is the 7-star fire company's carriage? Xiao Zhao's face suddenly turned ugly. Although Xiao Zhao wasn't someone with a high status, this carriage had the 7-star fire company's flag. If they were to move around in the city, other ordinary carriages would have to make way for them. And this kind of inspection was the most common method. It was basically not used on people like them. After all, they did not pay a huge amount of taxes every year for nothing. If they didn't pay the taxes and pay the money, the Special Envoys Department wouldn't have the money to buy equipment. They didn't even know where to get their offerings. Everyone in the carriage, get down. Suddenly, there was a loud bang outside the carriage. It was extremely rough. Stop! Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. She walked out of the carriage and found that there was a long line in front of her. Everyone was being inspected. Is this how the Special Envoys Department does things? We are all law-abiding citizens. You have the right to inspect, but you have no right to slap our carriage. Who taught you to do things like this? After Xiao Zhao walked out, she immediately reprimanded. That person was just an executive emissary. It was just that he had been doing these things for the past few days, so his temper was really bad. He didn't expect to meet a little hedgehog like Xiao Zhao. This gave them a headache. However, as a member of the Special Envoys Department, they couldn't possibly lower their heads to a maid from the 7-star fire company. These people were taught by me. Do you have any objections? Just when the executive emissary didn't know how to respond. It was a calm voice with a hint of aggression. His tone was also extremely domineering. After seeing this, the surrounding executive emissaries immediately bowed to the person who came. Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Commander. When Xiao Zhao saw the person who came, his expression changed. This was because the person who came was the commander, Han Wuxiu. How dare a mere maidservant in the 7-star fire room criticize a special envoy from the Special Envoy Department of the Imperial Court? Are you trying to rebel? Men, take her down. Han Wuxiu had become a little strange recently. Ever since he was slapped twice by Li Zongjiu, his entire person seemed to have become gloomy. When he saw Xiao Zhao, he even dared to criticize his subordinates and shout at them. If the person who came down from the carriage today was Songjiu, perhaps things would have calmed down a little. After all, Songjiu's status was not to be trifled with. However, a mere maid by Songjiu's side dared to show off in front of him. I'm afraid that you're mistaken. Xiao Zhao's face instantly turned pale. Originally, she was worried that the other party's behavior would offend Li Zongjiu. If she was alone, although she would be dissatisfied, she would naturally let it go easily. However, now that Li Zongjiu was in the carriage, he didn't do anything after frightening the guest. It was inevitable that Li Zongjiu would be dissatisfied. However, what was even more unexpected was that she had offended Han Wuxiu. Because of this, everyone knew that the consequences of offending Han Wuxiu would be miserable. Just when the special envoys rushed up and surrounded the carriage, a figure came out from the carriage. Another figure walked out from the carriage and supported Xiao Zhao, whose legs were trembling. Li Zongjiu's face was filled with contempt and anger. I was wondering why I could smell the smell of shit from afar. It turns out that you're blocking my way again. Chapter 452. Li Zongjiu stepped down from the carriage. When Han Wuxiu saw Li Zongjiu, he had mixed feelings. First of all, he wanted to draw his sword and chop off Li Zongjiu's head, then kick it around like a ball. However, when he thought of Li Zongjiu's strength, Li Zongjiu's special status, and the warning from his father-in-law, Han Wuxiu could not help but feel a chill down his spine. It was hard for Han Wuxiu to harden his heart and pull out his sword. What are you looking at? You're not convinced, are you? It seems like the 2 slaps from last time did not leave a deep impression on you. Li Zongjiu's palm waved a few times in the air, as if he was playing with water. Han Wuxiu subconsciously took a step back, afraid that Li Zongjiu's slap would land on his body. So it's lordly. Then there's no need to investigate. Let him go. In the end, Han Wuxiu chose to bear with it for the time being. He did not have any evidence against Li Zongjiu, so he had to wait until Han Wuxiu found something that could be used against Li Zongjiu or created an opportunity. Li Zongjiu only needed a moment to consign Li Zongjiu, the so-called imperial alchemist, to eternal damnation. Han Wuxiu knew that he had to wait for such an opportunity. Therefore, it was not the right time to start a conflict with Li Zongjiu. He immediately called his men back and prepared to leave. When he saw that Han Wuxiu and his men were about to leave, Xiao Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he stole a glance at Li Zongjiu, who stood up for him. Stop right there. However, Li Zongjiu did not intend to let it go so easily. When did I say that you could leave? You piece of shit. Li Zongjiu shouted. His voice was so loud that almost everyone around could hear him. Was this piece of shit used to describe Lord Han Wuxiu? Some of the executive envoys were scared out of their wits. Some of them were newcomers and hadn't been in the joyous heavenly restaurant at that time. They had seen Li Zongjiu's incomparably arrogant scene with their own eyes. None of them wasn't shocked after seeing it. This was the commander. A casual sentence from him could make Li Zongjiu lose his head. Was Li Zongjiu really not afraid of losing his head? It was one thing to watch the show, but it was another thing to truly participate in it. Xiao Zhao was both happy and sad at the same time. She was completely at a loss because she didn't know whether she should thank Li Zongjiu or blame him for ruining her plan. He was right, he was the commander. Was the commander's head. This time, the commander might hold a grudge against the 7-star fire room, seeing that the people around them were basically Han Wuxiu's men. If Li Zongjiu was really angered, he would be charged with obstructing an official's mission. That would be enough to send Li Zongjiu to the heavenly prison and give him 100 beatings. he would let Li Zongjiu know how powerful he was. Li Zongjiu, what do you want? Do you insist on making me your enemy? Han Wuxiu was like an enraged lion as he glared at Li Zongjiu with a pair of calm eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Li Zongjiu with his eyes. Han Wuxiu had thoroughly investigated Li Zongjiu's background. If he could not deal with Li Zongjiu, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Li Zongjiu's family. That was why Han Wuxiu acted this way. However, that was his last resort. If he wanted to do that, he would have to be prepared to withstand Li Zongjiu's revenge. Now that Li Zongjiu was being so aggressive, Han Wuxiu had already given Li Zongjiu enough face by taking a step back. But now, Li Zongjiu still dared to cause trouble. This made Han Wuxiu feel like he was riding a tiger, but he had no choice. If Li Zongjiu really didn't give him face, he would fight with Li Zongjiu on the spot. A real man would rather die than submit. Making you my enemy? You think too much. You scared my friend just now. If you don't apologize and get my friend's forgiveness, you don't have to go back today. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Making you my enemy? In Li Zongjiu's eyes, calling you a pile of shit was already praising you. You still want to be Li Zongjiu's enemy? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? It turned out that Li Zongjiu had made things difficult for the commander in order to save her face. In an instant, when Xiao Zhao understood this, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She, Xiao Zhao, was just a maidservant of the 7 Stars Firehouse's young miss, Song Jiu. Who would care about her life or her feelings? If it wasn't for the fact that she had her own talent and intelligence, which allowed her to be placed in an important position by the young miss, she might have already been sent to some unknown place. Furthermore, with her appearance, it was extremely easy for her to attract some criminals. When that time came, her life would definitely not be so easy. Therefore, Xiao Zhao was also a very strong-willed person. She knew that as a maidservant, if she wanted to stand out besides being loyal, she had to learn to endure humiliation. Only then would she have the chance to stand out. For Xiao Zhao, this was already a law of nature. Therefore, Han Wuxiu didn't put her in his eyes at all. Even when Han Wuxiu wanted to capture her, she couldn't do anything. If Li Zongjiu wasn't here today, she wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Even if the young lady didn't come to save her, it was still a question. Everything depended on the value. However, Li Zongjiu was different. The moment Li Zongjiu stepped out, he came to stand up for her. If he wanted to help her out, he would have just let them leave. However, he wanted Han Wuxiu to apologize. It was obvious that he wanted to help her get back her dignity. Li Zongjiu, I'm the commander of the Special Envoy Department. How dare you ask me to apologize? Han Wuxiu was naturally unwilling. His voice was as sonorous as iron, and he immediately confronted Li Zongjiu. After all, it was important to know that things like face were not something a man could accept. What was his status? He was the commander of the Special Envoy Department. Xiao Zhao, on the other hand, was just a maidservant by Song Jiu's side. To put it bluntly, she was just a servant. How could he, the commander, apologize to a servant? Was this reasonable? In Han Wuxiu's heart, this was more difficult than killing him. Oh, I've already given you a chance. You're the one who didn't want it. Li Zongjiu immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his wrists, as if he was ready to show off his skills. However, when he saw Li Zongjiu's actions, Han Wuxiu's eyelids twitched. He even began to feel a burning pain on his face. Wait a minute. Chapter 453. Han Wuxiu said, subconsciously, if Li Zongjiu were to make a move, Han Wuxiu knew that Li Zongjiu must have taken some kind of elixir to increase his cultivation to such a terrifying level. Even after nearly 30 years of hard work, Han Wuxiu was still unable to catch up with Li Zongjiu. That day in the joyous heavenly restaurant, he had already noticed that with Li Zongjiu's strength, he had no chance of winning. Only if 3 or more commanders made a move at the same time would they have a chance to subdue Li Zongjiu. Now that he saw Li Zongjio, he was worried that Li Zongjio would give him a few more slaps in front of so many people. After all, this was the city gate, with so many pairs of eyes and so many mouths coming and going. If everyone recounted what happened today, it would be enough to spread across the entire great river. When that time came, he would really lose all his dignity and face. In comparison, it was just an apology, but it was still better than being slapped in the face. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Han Wuxiu gritted his teeth and pulled out the long saber at his waist. He threw the long saber on the ground in front of everyone. No one knew what Han Wuxiu was doing. Li Zongjio looked at Han Wuxiu with interest. If this guy was a little more unreasonable, Li Zongjio would skin him alive. When Han Wuxiu went to pick up his saber, he knelt down on one knee and cupped his hands toward Xiao Zhao and Li Zongjio in the carriage. "Miss Xiao Zhao, I was reckless this time. Please forgive me." When Han Wuxiu finished speaking, he felt as if he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. Everyone's gazes had turned into long whips that lashed at him mercilessly, bringing him intense pain and endless grievances. He swallowed them all down into his stomach. Xiao Zhao never thought that Han Wuxiu would really kneel down and apologize to her. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She looked at Li Zongjio and then at Han Wuxiu, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. Just one sentence and one action was enough to make the commander of the Special Envoy Department bow his head and apologize. What kind of strength did he need to be to do this? "Let's go." Li Zongjio did not give Xiao Zhao a chance to speak. He pulled Xiao Zhao into the carriage and ordered the coachman to continue forward. Han Wuxiu, who was still kneeling on one knee on the ground, was left on the ground. The carriage left with twigs and twigs, which seemed to be a form of silent contempt. Li Zongjio did not want Han Wuxiu to apologize. To Li Zongjio, Han Wuxiu had to kneel if he wanted Han Wuxiu to do so. Han Wuxiu's apology was worthless in Li Zongjio's eyes. When the carriage left his sight, Han Wuxiu stood up. The murderous aura on his body was so condensed that it was about to overflow from his eyes. "Bastard, who was the one who dropped my saber on the ground? I had to search for it on the ground for a long time." Han Wuxiu roared angrily. The executive envoys around him immediately understood. Han Wuxiu meant that he had accidentally dropped a saber on the ground. That was why he had to search for it on the ground for so long. It's my fault. The wind and sand on the road were too strong and covered the blade. I'll send someone to clean up the wind and sand immediately." However, there was someone who reacted quickly and immediately went up to flatter Han Wuxiu. Under such circumstances, it was considered as giving Han Wuxiu a way out. Otherwise, there would be so many troublesome matters here. Just the things that happened today alone were enough to make Han Wuxiu feel better. It was enough for them to be targeted in all kinds of ways. Given Han Wuxiu's narrow-mindedness, he would definitely not let them off. Han Wuxiu stood up and looked at Li Zongjio's departing figure in the carriage. He clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. "In the future, inform me of his whereabouts in advance. I don't want to see him again," Han Wuxiu said in a deep voice. Even the veins on his forehead were about to explode. After he gave the order, his subordinates finally knew how powerful Li Zongjio was. It was really shocking that he could make Han Wuxiu retreat like this. Before he found a way to deal with Li Zongjio, Han Wuxiu would not come into contact with Li Zongjio again. Han Wuxiu was not a fool. Before he understood the situation, he would definitely lose his life if he acted rashly. "Continue the interrogation. Don't let anyone go." After Han Wuxiu finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. However, today's matter couldn't be hidden in the huge sacred flame royal city. In the carriage, Xiao Zhao was also looking at Li Zongjio. He was both grateful and worried for Li Zongjio. However, in the end, he mustered up his courage and thanked Li Zongjio for standing up for Li Zongjio. who knew that Li Zongjio would just casually wave his hand. "It's fine." The two of them did not speak. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the relay station. Li Zongjio personally filled in the address before sending the letter out. At the same time, he also filled in the address of the manor that he owned. In addition, he also sent a letter to his mother in Guanxi town. He did not have the chance to show filial piety to the two elders in his previous life. In this life, he naturally had to show them filial piety. Otherwise, he would only have such a powerful strength. In an empty manner, in that case, your entire being would be in a state of emptiness. This would undoubtedly be a very lonely and miserable thing. After sending out the two letters, Li Zongjio sat in Zhao's carriage and returned to the entrance of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. After bidding farewell to Zhao, he was about to turn around and enter the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor when he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Moreover, this person's tone was extremely enthusiastic. Brotherly, please wait. Brotherly, please wait." Li Zongjio turned around and saw a familiar figure running towards him. It was Zhao Jingxian from the Four Seas Medicine Manor. When did he have such a close relationship with this guy? He actually called him brotherly. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Why were there so many things happening every day? Li Zongjio was a little annoyed. Now he just wanted to cultivate properly. However, it seemed that he did not have the time to do so. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, there was a 5 elements Yuan Tower. Therefore, Li Zongjio planned to cultivate in the 5 elements Yuan Tower for a long time. The denser the Yuan energy in the 5 elements Yuan Tower, the more expensive it was. Only those who were extremely wealthy would cultivate in the 5 elements Yuan Tower for a long time. Chapter 454. Hee, brotherly, don't be nervous. I came to look for you because I have something good for you. There was a blunder in the last auction. Didn't the auction of the Compassionate Travel Sect stone tablet get messed up? This time, the Zhao family is also keeping a low profile and is preparing to repeat the auction. Moreover, they will only invite specific people. This time, it's an invitation system. If you are happy, I will get you a spot. You got a slot, Zhao Jingxian said with a mysterious expression. It seemed to be a very convenient thing for Li Zongjio. However, when Li Zongjio heard that it was just a lousy thing, he didn't want to waste his time. Therefore, Li Zongjio directly waved his hand. Sell it to someone else. I don't have time. Li Zongjio was only slightly interested in the Compassionate Travel Sect stone tablet. However, he had a lot of things to do now, so he didn't have time to participate in the auction. If it was really something precious, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to find someone to buy it or directly snatch it from someone else. Li Zongjio was still confident about this. If it still didn't work, then he would steal it. In his previous life, this evil lord had done all sorts of sneaky things. He had done a lot of things. As long as it was something that was beneficial to him, Li Zongjio would do it no matter what it was. Hey, wait a minute. In order to make up for the last time's lack of hospitality, how about this? If it's an item in the auction this time, I can help you waive the handling fee for 3 of them. The reason why the auction house made money was because of the handling fee. If the buyer succeeded in the auction, they would have to pay 10% of the price as a handling fee. On the seller's side, they would also take 15% to 20% as a handling fee. Of course, this was also judged based on the final transaction price. Just by providing a person and venue to help auction, they could receive at least 25% of the original value of each item. This was the high return of the auction house. Every auction house had a different standard of handling fees. However, the bigger the auction, the higher the handling fee. This was because the service was perfect and the target audience was different. It was very likely that an item that cost 100,000 gold coins would be auctioned off at a higher level. If the rich were in a good mood, they would directly bid 1,000,000 or 800,000 gold coins for the item. Moreover, most rich people didn't have good tempers, so there would often be some short-term competition. As soon as they opened their mouths, the price would go up. Therefore, after many things were sold at a sky-high price, many situations would occur. Even if the handling fee was a little high, they would accept it. It was better than secretly putting it up for sale in the market, and no one was interested in it for a long time. "I'm not short of money," Li Zongjio said directly. Indeed, with his current strength, not to mention the more than 4 billion purple yuan in cash, the pills in his hand could be casually exchanged for a large amount of wealth. Alchemists who truly knew how to refine pills did not lack money, but only needed the herbs and the mood. If they were in a bad mood, they wouldn't want to practice alchemy. Usually, most of the powerful alchemists wouldn't practice alchemy easily. If they accidentally failed once, it would add another stroke to their alchemy career. Zhao Jingxian couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that even this move couldn't stop Li Zongjio. Seeing that Li Zongjio was about to turn and leave, Zhao Jingxian immediately pulled Li Zongjio back. "Brother Li, come over here." As he spoke, Zhao Jingxian also pulled Li Zongjio to the side. That sneaky look of his would make anyone who saw him wonder what he was trying to say. "Come, just come over here." "Come." Zhao Jingxian didn't allow any explanation and pulled Li Zongjio to the side. "This is a top secret. I like you, so I'll leak some information to you this time." Zhao Jingxian first looked around carefully, then leaned in front of Li Zongjio and whispered, "According to our current appraisal, this stone tablet is very likely the Compassionate Travel Sect's Inner Sect Heart Sutra." Inner Sect Heart Sutra? Li Zongjio couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. If that was really the case, then the Zhao family was going to make a fortune. In a sect at the level of the Compassionate Travel Sect, this kind of Inner Sect Heart Sutra was often divided into the Inner Sect and the Outer Sect. Only by truly becoming an Inner Sect disciple could one be considered the successor of this sect and come into contact with extremely core things. For this reason, as long as it was an Inner Sect item, it was basically an excellent item. This kind of Heart Sutra was the cultivation method of the Compassionate Travel Sect's Inner Sect disciple. Its value could be said to be supreme. It was even the foundation of the Compassionate Travel Sect. Li Zongjio had reached the Evil Lord realm in his previous life and had consulted all kinds of Heart Sutras. After all, he had to embark on this path of pilgrimage. However, sects like the Compassionate Travel Sect had disappeared for a long time at that time. Although there were still a small number of people from the Compassionate Travel Sect in the current world, Li Zongjio didn't care at that time because there was no need for the Compassionate Travel Sect to decline. However, when he heard that it was the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, Li Zongjio was also interested. After all, the reason why the Compassionate Travel Sect couldn't get up for half a day was because they lost the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, so their results were mediocre. They could barely squeeze into this first-rate force. However, a first-rate force like this was, in fact, on thin ice. Just the slightest thing was enough to destroy the entire sect. Either they were strong enough that no one dared to provoke them, or they were weak enough that no one cared about them. In that case, they might be able to live longer. Oh, since it's the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, I want to take a look. In his previous life, Li Zongjio also wanted to find the Compassionate Travel Sect's Inner Sect Heart Sutra, but it had long disappeared. How could he wait for Li Zongjio? However, after his rebirth, he actually had the chance to come into contact with the Inner Sect Heart Sutra, so Li Zongjio was also very interested. As expected, he took the bait. Zhao Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Li Zongjio's agreement. Ever since the previous incident, he had already faintly sensed that Li Zongjio was almost like an otherworldly expert. In terms of strength, he had never seen Li Zongjio fail. In terms of alchemy, he had defeated countless experts. In terms of wealth, he was already an alchemy expert. How could he care about a little money? Any force that he joined would be able to offer an attractive price. In terms of power, don't forget that last time Li Zongjio cursed Yilan Tian and punched Han Wuxiu. He didn't even put Sima Xingyan in his eyes. There was almost nothing to be afraid of. In terms of beauty, he probably didn't lack. Even a beauty like Qi Yanran was secretly flirting with him. He was simply a winner in life. If he wanted to attract Li Zongjiu, he had to take out enough weight. Chapter 455. In fact, this was no longer a secret. In order to attract more interested people to come, they had already secretly released some news. Otherwise, how could these people obediently take the bait and obediently take out their wallets? No matter what the situation was, these things had to be sold. In the eyes of the Zhao family, these things were just commodities. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had taken the bait, Zhao Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It was not easy to deal with such a powerful person. 8:00 tonight at the Cool Breeze restaurant. Don't go to the wrong place. Also, here is the admission ticket. After handing the ticket to Li Zongjiu, Zhao Jingxian waved his hand and left. Obviously, he had other things to deal with. As long as these two people were present, he could definitely arrange for them to meet. It was not difficult at all. If I arrange a VIP box for this guy and Qi Yanran, this guy will have to thank me. TSK, that is Qi Yanran. Oh my God, I don't even dare to imagine what she looks like. Zhao Jingxian was very excited as he thought about it. However, as a playboy with dreams and ideals, he also wanted to make a career for himself. He was not the same as others. Moreover, Zhao Jingxian now had so many resources in his hands. If it's 8:00, then there are still 5 hours left. I'll go and cultivate first. The matter of the Azure Dragon Gang had been handed over to Yinghu. It would not be easy for this guy to escape from the Howling Moon Wolf King. The reason why the Howling Moon Wolf King followed him was to complete the task better. If Yinghu could not deal with the other party, then the Howling Moon Wolf King would have to deal with it personally. In addition, the matter of the casino was handed over to Taifai. The only thing that needed to be dealt with was the Yi family. However, the Yi family had not been able to make any waves in the past few days. The internal situation of the Yi family alone was enough for them to deal with for a period of time. Once this kind of family collapsed, it would definitely rise again. Emperor Xingyan had already expressed his regret and ordered the Special Envoy Department to thoroughly investigate this matter. Apart from that, he also ordered the officials to select the head of the Judicial Division. It was still very difficult to find such a suitable candidate. Now, everyone wanted this position, but at the same time, everyone was afraid of it. Similarly, many people wanted to deal with the Yi family. After all, Yu Lantian of the Yi clan had a lot of evidence in his hands. Such a matter was enough to make the officials fear him. No matter what, they had to know what the remaining members of the Yi clan knew. Since the most dangerous person, Yu Lantian, was already dead and most of the Yi clan's bloodline was also dead, the huge Yi clan was now only controlled by a woman. If she was not careful, she would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Therefore, the current Yi clan did not have the time to seek revenge on Li Zongjiu. At the Special Envoy Department, no one would believe that Li Zongjiu was the one who killed Yi Lantian. It was because of Li Zongjiu's arrogance and insolence that they believed that Li Zongjiu would not do such a thing. At the same time, they knew that Li Zongjiu was just a petty person who was intoxicated by success. There were many people like him in Royal City, but they usually did not have a good ending. At the same time, they would not last long. Li Zongjiu peacefully cultivated in the 5 elements Yuan Tower for a total of 5 hours. His body's condition was also at the peak of his cultivation. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Zongjiu had already planned to challenge the Genius Tower in 7 days. He should be able to pass all the checkpoints in the remaining time. When he was almost done, it was almost time for the holidays. As for the 7 Stars Fire Room, Li Zongjiu would also take some time to settle it. The reason why he agreed to the 7 Stars Fire Room was because he wanted to establish a relationship with the biggest Yuan weapon merchant. Secondly, the furious dragon capturing fury was extremely powerful. When the time came, he must equip the Li clan with some. It would strengthen his own defensive power. The current Li clan, with the help of a Yuan stone mine and the Fog Snow Pill sect, was developing like a raging fire. Within a radius of 100 miles, the Lee clan was faintly showing signs of becoming the #1 clan. Even within the soaring Cloud City, due to the assistance of the 3 great experts, the number of territories they had conquered was also extremely large. It could be said that they were quite fast and had such momentum. In less than half a year, they would be able to become the #1 sect within 1,000 miles. They even had the ability to make Luoxia City a true third-tier city. The evaluation of a city was actually related to the prosperity of the city itself. If the city could pay high taxes, or if it had rich industries that could bring in a large amount of income, in addition to the establishment of the merchant union and the medicine union, it would quickly become a third-tier city. In that case, as a third-class city, it would enjoy more policies and so on. Even some resources would easily fall into the hands of Luoxia City. For example, some large-scale competitions would be held, or it would become an image city and then wantonly publicize it. In this way, the income of the city would definitely soar. The difficult part was how to take the first step, which was to directly gather all the power and promote development. Night fell. On the surface, the Holy Flame Royal City was still flourishing and bustling with people and carriages. For such a large city, the loss of the Yi clan and the addition of the Yi clan were not the same. The influence of the Yi clan was really not that great. Those places that were once under the control of the Yi clan would also be replaced by others. This was the charm of Royal City. Even a powerful overlord like the Yi clan was facing the possibility of being replaced at any time. Just like that, without any warning, he disappeared without a trace. Li Zongjio set out half an hour earlier. When he arrived at the Cool Breeze restaurant, he found it was still early. Therefore, he decided to have a drink and a meal in the tavern on the side. A pot of wine and 2 plates of beef. After casually finding a seat and sitting down, he heard a conversation behind him. "Granny, what do you think if I change into my night clothes and steal the things directly? They can't catch me anyway. What do you think?" "No, there are so many experts in the Cool Breeze Inn. Even if you fart, you will attract attention. But we don't have so much money. I heard that the entrance fee is 100 gold coins. We even borrowed money from the neighboring sect to come here." "It's okay, Granny has a way." "Don't tell me it's that trick again." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of a bowl shattering behind her. "Ouch, the noodles are killing me. It's going to poison me to death." Chapter 456. In the hall, he saw a figure lying sideways on the ground. Beside him was a broken bowl with some unfinished noodles in it. The delicately dressed young lady at the side seemed to be scared out of her wits. "Granny, what happened to you, Granny? Granny, don't die." Li Zongjio turned around to take a look at the comical scene. The old lady was clearly a Yuan monarch elite, but it was really surprising that she would do such a thing. As for the young lady, he could also feel a surge of power sealed in her body. If it was released, it would definitely be a terrifying force. It might even be stronger than the old lady. However, at this moment, she was kneeling beside the old lady. She was shaking the old lady as she cried and complained. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to have gone through many rehearsals. "Oh, my lord, please don't malign our shop. Our shop has always been well behaved, and the noodles are clean. How could anyone die from eating them? Hurry up and get up, or I will report this to the authorities." Because of the old lady's actions, many people around them put down their chopsticks and looked over. The innkeeper's explanation made the old lady spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. "Look, my granny is about to be poisoned to death. Please don't eat the food here. Granny, hang in there. When the authorities come, they will definitely uphold justice for you." It had to be said that the young lady at the side seemed to like acting more and was even more immersed in her role. She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. When people saw her like this, they no longer had any doubts and started to whisper to each other. At the same time, they hurriedly spat out the food in their mouths. Seeing that the surrounding guests were about to go berserk, The innkeeper was also anxious. "Why are you still in a daze? Do you really want to see my granny die here? Hurry up and give us 500 gold coins and take us to the medical hall to see a doctor. If anything happens to my granny, I will ask my granny not to let you off, even if she becomes a ghost." The young lady lifted her head and said, after hearing the girl's words, how could the innkeeper not know that she was clearly here to ask for money? Okay. I'll give it to you. You too. Hurry up and send him to the medical center. Hurry up and carry him away. Be careful not to hurt him." The shopkeeper also admitted his defeat. This kind of thing didn't happen often, so he could consider it as spending money to avoid disaster. He took out 500 gold coins and handed it to the young girl. When the two waiters carried the old woman out, the old woman easily shook them off and landed on the ground. "I can walk on my own." The two of them took the money and disappeared from the street. Hee, there's no need to be alarmed. Relax and enjoy your meal. Sorry for disturbing everyone. Every table will be given a stack of peanuts. Just like that, a stack of peanuts appeared on Li Zongzhou's table. However, the actions of the two people just now really opened Li Zongzhou's eyes. With their cultivation, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state no matter what they did. They actually used such a method to swindle money. They were really too talented. Nothing was too strange in this big world. Li Zongzhou only paid a little attention to this strange pair of grandmother and granddaughter. After all, being able to seal such a huge force in the young girl's body was not a simple act in itself. There were still many secrets on these two people. However, as long as they didn't encounter Li Zongzhou, there was basically no problem. Everyone minded their own business. Half an hour later, Li Zongzhou also arrived at a VIP room under the guidance of the waiter. The auction this time was held in this VIP room. The hall area was not open to the public. When Li Zongzhou walked in, he saw a figure in the private room with her back to him. From the back, he could see that she was quite beautiful. Li Zongzhou was stunned for a moment. He turned around and said to the waiter beside him, "I don't need any special service. Let her go." On the spot, Li Zongzhou thought that Zhao Jingxian had acted on his own initiative and arranged for a beauty to serve him in this private room. Many influential people also had this kind of hobby. It was as if they didn't have a beauty by their side when they went out, they wouldn't know how to eat. "It's me." Qi Yanran naturally heard Li Zongzhou's words. She turned around and glared at Li Zongzhou. Then, she waved at the waiter beside her. "There's nothing for you to do here." Li Zongzhou recognized Qi Yanran. He had a deep impression of her. She was Qi Shaohun's daughter. In the future tragedy of the Qi family, Qi Yanran must have a part to play in it. Or perhaps Qi Yanran had already been devoured by the blood medicine bug without the appearance of Li Zongzhou. She simply couldn't witness the tragedy of the Qi family. What's the matter? When Li Zongzhou saw Qi Yanran, he knew why Zhao Jingxian invited him so eagerly. Obviously, it was Qi Yanran's idea. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. He, the dignified Li Zongzhou, was actually tricked. "I want to ask you for a favor." Qi Yanran bit her lips with her pure white teeth. She seemed a little embarrassed. However, since he was already here, there was no need to hide it. "You mean the blood poison in your body?" Li Zongzhou said with a smile. "Why is the whole world giving me money? If you want me to treat your illness, it's not impossible. 10 billion purple yuan." Li Zongzhou said, no matter who came, the price would be 10 billion purple yuan. Except for Shuiyu, who gave him a discount and only asked for 1 billion purple yuan. Now that he thought about it, it was a bit of a loss. However, when it came to 10 billion, Li Zongzhou remembered that Shu had also come to find him. If he couldn't gather 10 billion purple yuan, then Li Zongzhou wouldn't help him. 10 billion! Even Qi Yanran was shocked by Li Zongzhou's big mouth. It was simply an exorbitant demand. "I'll be honest with you. If you don't have the money, then forget it." Li Zongzhou was also lying on the sofa waiting for the auction to start. Okay, 10 billion purple yuan. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Qi Yanran also sat down. Although 10 billion purple yuan was not a small amount for Qi Yanran, she wouldn't be as embarrassed as Shu. As long as Qi Yanran asked, she would definitely be able to take it out. After all, Qi Yanran's value was far more than 10 billion purple yuan. However, what made Qi Yanran disappointed was that she didn't expect that Li Zongjie was just a money grubber. If a practitioner only practiced for money, then it would be difficult for him to achieve great success in his life. In the early stage of cultivation, he might be able to lead others by relying on his own talent. However, in the later stage of cultivation, it required extraordinary willpower and unyielding integrity. Otherwise, it would be easy to be damaged on the road. Chapter 457. In front of the Cool Breeze Inn, the old woman and the young woman were both stopped. What? Invitation system? What invitation system? Why don't we have one? We have tickets. The woman in white showed the tickets in her hand. It clearly stated that it was the Zhao family's auction. These 2 tickets cost her 400 gold coins. She put on a big show with her mother-in-law to get the money, but the other party actually said that they couldn't go in. How could the woman in white take this lying down? I'm sorry, young lady. Your tickets are fake. Moreover, you're not on our invitation list. You can't go in. The ticket checker at the door said sincerely, ever since the last person in charge of checking tickets neglected his duty and allowed a person to enter, he was directly brought to the Special Envoy Department for investigation. Until now, he still hadn't come out. No one knew what the situation was like, so now it was the same 2 people who checked tickets here. They guarded the first checkpoint. What? It's fake? How can this be? I just bought it. Look, it's still warm. Moreover, I added 200 gold coins. The young woman suddenly screamed. The old woman at the side was also surprised when she saw this scene. That was 200 gold coins. You probably met a scalper. I'm sorry, you can't go in. The ticket checker was very polite and said very politely. However, how could the young woman accept such a situation? What? Scalper? I've been cheated. I'm going to kill him. The young lady was instantly flustered and exasperated. The money that she had painstakingly exchanged for with her acting skills was actually cheated away in the end. How could the anger in the young lady's heart be appeased? She wanted nothing more than to rush over and directly put the person on the ground and beat him up viciously. We've been cheated. Even the old woman didn't expect this. There was actually such a powerful swindler in King City who could even cheat her of her money. It was said that the tickets were very popular, so when the scalper bought them, he directly doubled the price and spent 400 gold coins. However, they didn't expect that he bought 2 fake tickets. This made the young woman and the old woman extremely angry. Then, how much do you charge for the invitation tickets? The white-clothed girl asked. Right now, she was hoping that the invitation tickets would be cheaper. It would be best if they only cost 50 gold coins each. That way, the 2 of them would be able to enter. I'm sorry, we have an invitation system. That means if we don't invite you, you can't go in. Also, we don't sell tickets. You. Forget it, miss. Let's think of another way. The white-clothed girl was about to go berserk. What kind of people were they? How could they not let her in? What's so great about that? You just want money, right? Are you looking down on me? Just you wait. I'll immediately buy this broken building of yours and turn it into a toilet, the kind that doesn't charge any fees. The girl in white was directly dragged away by the old woman, and so were the 2 ticket inspectors. They looked at each other in dismay. It was the first time they had seen such a scene, but it was obvious that these 2 people rarely came to such a high-end place like the Cool Breeze Inn. If he wanted to buy the Cool Breeze gang, he would need at least 18 billion. You don't say. That little girl is quite cute. I think so too. The 2 of them chatted for a while and then continued to guard the entrance. The white-clothed girl was also dragged far away. What a damned liar. Damn it. All right, miss, don't take it to heart. It's just a small amount of money, the old woman quickly comforted her. Then what should we do now? We can't even enter this auction. The white-clothed girl was obviously discouraged. They had traveled such a long distance to find the lost item of their sect, but they didn't expect that in the end they couldn't even enter this door. It was really infuriating. It doesn't matter, we don't have the money to auction anyway. When they come out later, we'll see who has the item and directly snatch it. The old woman couldn't help but say, hearing her mother-in-law's words. The white-clothed girl was a little surprised. This was because, in the morning, didn't her mother-in-law say that they couldn't snatch it because they weren't strong enough? You're not strong enough, but I'm strong enough, the old woman said very mischievously. This immediately made the white-clothed girl puff up in anger. She felt that the old woman was still trying to encourage her to cultivate better. Then let's find a place to sit down and see who has the item. In the cool breeze inn, the long-awaited auction was finally about to begin. However, the auction this time was also extremely special. Everyone didn't show their faces, but they were bidding in the VIP seats. The highlight of this auction was naturally the stone tablet of the Compassionate Travel Sect. But such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. First, a few appetizers were served. The items being auctioned were some yuan tools and some antiques that weren't worthy of their attention. Although everyone didn't show their faces, they could clearly sense a certain degree of hostility between them. This kind of bidding war was extremely exciting, and there were also various kinds of things happening in the private rooms. Zhao Jingxian was stabilizing everything in front of him backstage. Some small bosses also often had some fun here. However, Zhao Jingxian would ask his subordinates about the situation in one of the private rooms from time to time. If there were any problems, they had to report it immediately. Obviously, the appearance of the person in the private room was also very stressful for Zhao Jingxian. The security of this place was still in Elder Zhao Quan's charge. After the previous incident, the security of this place was targeted at a smaller group of people. Some of the service staff had even been carefully selected and made some records. But in reality, the success rate of an assassination like the previous one was very low. This was because Yi Lantian was protected by a Yuan King elite. In order to succeed, they had to be able to kill the Yuan King elite in an instant. Otherwise, Yi Lantian would have time to escape, no matter how weak he was. As long as the guards of the Joyous Heavenly Restaurant, which was Zhao Quan and the others, were alerted, it wouldn't be so easy for these bandits to assassinate Yi Lantian. Even if there was a slight movement, Zhao Quan would definitely be able to detect it. However, there wasn't any sound at the scene that day. By the time he discovered it, Yi Lantian was already dead. Therefore, Zhao Quan had been thinking about whether or not it was a Yuan King elite who had made the move. If that was the case, even if the Special Envoy Department found out the truth, it would be impossible for them to succeed. Chapter 458. Qi Yanran did not leave either. She had been staying in the box with Li Zongjiu all this time. Obviously, in addition to looking for Li Zongjiu, she was also very interested in the stone tablet from the Compassionate Travel Sect. Finally, after a series of appetizers, the stone tablet from the Compassionate Travel Sect was finally brought up. Although everyone could not see each other, they could clearly feel that the atmosphere at the scene had gradually become intense. I think that everyone should have some understanding of the item that is being auctioned now. This stone tablet is a stone tablet that a top tomb raiding group found in some remains some time ago. After a professional appraisal by our Zhao clan, this stone tablet has been confirmed to be a grade 5 pill from the ancient alchemist sect, the Compassionate Travel Sect. However, the inscriptions on it are complicated. It will require quite a lot of time to translate them. If everyone is interested, you can bid for the stone tablet and bring it back to study it properly. In addition, although the specific content of the stone tablet has not been translated for the time being, it can be confirmed that this stone tablet was placed in the inner sect of the Compassionate Travel Sect. Just by standing in the courtyard, It can increase the primordial qi within a radius of 500 meters. It can increase one's qi and spirit, as well as improve one's eyesight and heart. The auctioneer said, "Simply put, if one bought this stone tablet and took it back, even if one did not know a single word, just by placing it in the courtyard, it could achieve the effect of prolonging one's lifespan." There were many benefits. This stone tablet is the inner sect mental cultivation method of the compassionate travel sect, one of the 12 Ferrying Heart Sutras. Qi Yanran said faintly. With just a glance, Qi Yanran knew what this thing was. Li Zhongjio did not have a deep understanding of it, but he had heard of the Ferrying Heart Sutra. Ferrying Heart Sutra? Compassionate Arc of Salvation? Li Zhongjio suddenly understood. It turned out to be this thing. Although this thing was not very useful to Li Zhongjio, he was also interested in studying the legendary Compassionate Arc of Salvation. You know, Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjio and was obviously very surprised. Qi Yanran had only found some information about this stone tablet from some sealed ancient materials in the Qi family's collection. After seeing it now, she could only confirm it. Indeed, the mental cultivation method described by the Compassionate Voyage sect was called the Compassionate Voyage Salvation Technique. If he cultivated it to the great accomplishment stage, he would be able to ferry 10,000 souls with a wave of his hand. As for what kind of realm it was, only those who had practiced this cultivation method would know. If one were to rely on their imagination, it would be difficult to imagine the might of this Yuan cultivation method. The 12 Ferryman Heart Sutra was one of the cultivation segments. As for which passage was engraved on the stone tablet, he would have to bring it back and study it carefully before he could find out. "I know a little," Li Zhongjio said calmly. His understanding of the compassionate travel sect was only based on some investigations in his previous life. Qi Yanran did not continue to ask. Li Zhongjio seemed to be even colder than her. He was really a strange guy. However, seeing that Li Zhongjio could help her treat the blood poison in her body, she would stay with him for the time being. In fact, Qi Yanran did not need to continue to stay here, but Qi Yanran was interested in Li Zhongjio and wanted to see what kind of person Li Zhongjio was. The starting price of this inner sect stone tablet of the Compassionate Voyage sect is 50 million purple yuan. Each bid must not be lower than 1 million purple yuan. Just the starting price was directly raised to 50 million purple yuan. If it was increased tenfold, it would be at least 500 million purple yuan. This could be said to be the biggest highlight so far. Even if it was a 5th grade pill, the starting price would definitely not reach 50 million purple yuan. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to take advantage of this time to make a big profit. No wonder they were so anxious to hold the second round. This kind of thing was so precious. If it was in their hands, it was inevitable that they would make mistakes. After a moment of silence, the scene directly entered the stage of crazy bidding. 51 million. 52 million. The bidding rose and fell. Of course, it was in the form of lights, and the host stood on the stage and kept bidding. Listening to the price rising bit by bit, Li Zhongjio and Qi Yanran sat steadily in the box. The price had risen to 100 million, but it would not stay at this level for long. 500 million. A distinguished guest bid 500 million. Is there a higher price? The host suddenly became excited and directly jumped from 100 million to 500 million. The appearance of such a situation naturally caused the host to become excited. This directly caused the price to jump. It could directly filter out a group of people who didn't have enough strength. Those who wanted this item but didn't have enough money would naturally keep bidding. But now, the price of 500 million purple yuan was already enough to make many people shrink back. 500 million going once. 500 million going twice. 510 million. A distinguished guest bid 510 million. Is there a higher price? This was a tentative bid. Qi Yanran also made a bid under such circumstances. 600 million. Qi Yanran directly raised the price to 600 million. Compared to Li Zongjiu's asking price of 10 billion purple yuan, 600 million purple yuan was just a drop in the ocean. These tycoons and families in Royal City were actually rich to this extent. It should be known that in Luosha City, the Li family's income from selling elixirs in a year, and after deducting the final expenses, it was considered a relatively successful year if they could store 2 million gold yuan. However, 2 million gold yuan was only equivalent to 20,000 purple yuan. Just the random things auctioned in today's auction were enough for the entire Li family to work hard for hundreds of years. Fortunately, the Li family was now different from before. With Li Zongjiu at the front, they would definitely be able to break out of the shallows. Qi Yanran raised the price to 600 million, but this price was still relatively dangerous, and it was soon surpassed directly. After Qi Yanran made another bid, she did not continue to bid, but the rest of the people were extremely fierce, and it seemed that there were 3 families constantly competing. The price had reached 800 million. Qingyuan Villa bids 1 billion. Friends, please give me some face. Just when Li Zongjiu was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard such a voice coming from outside the box. There were also people who publicly showed their identity, but the premise was that their identity could not harm the interests of their auction. Qingyuan Villa. Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 459. Since he had publicly revealed his identity, he must be confident. At the same time, Mr. Hu of Qingyuan Villa was very tactful. He raised the price to 1 billion, which was equivalent to not harming the interests of the auction house. He just shortened the process. If he had revealed his identity at the beginning of the bid of 50 million, it would have been a threat to others. After all, he wanted to buy this good thing at a low price. That would be unfair to other competitors. It was also an extremely unfair thing. And from the perspective of the auction house, it was also an extremely heavy loss. Therefore, this kind of public disclosure of identity was generally prohibited. However, the other party had already said it, and his background was not small. Presumably, many people would have their own plans. However, the price had soared to 1 billion, which was enough for the auction house. When the others saw the price, it was difficult to raise it much. There was no need to compete for this last bit of price. Not only did they pay, but they also offended a giant like Qingyuan Villa. Mr. Hu? The identity of the person who came is not simple. He is one of the 10 mountain guardians of Qingyuan Villa, Flying Bat, Hu Tian Shao. Qi Yanran said indifferently. The mountain guardian had directly appeared in Monarch City. Could it be that there was something important in Qingyuan Villa? Just when Qi Yanran was hesitating, Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was extremely excited as he pushed the price up. 1 billion and 5 million. When the host saw the price light up, he was somewhat surprised and doubtful. Could it be that there was someone who dared to be the enemy of Qingyuan Villa? Moreover, the price increase was not very high. It was just a base price increase of 5 million purple yuan. Basically, at this time, in order to show respect, most people would increase the price to the range of 10 million purple yuan. If it was only 5 million, it would be looking down on others. When Qi Yanran saw that the light in her room was on, she immediately realized who did it. You. What did you do? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu and was extremely shocked. This was almost asking for trouble. If he increased the price by 5 million purple yuan, it was very likely that he would offend Qingyuan Villa. Even her Qi family did not dare to compete with Qingyuan Villa. The other party's background was not simple. Moreover, the one who came this time was the protector of Qingyuan Villa, a Yuan king-level elite. Name your price. That Qin Yuan Villas, who Tian Shao has already revealed his identity, yet you still went to provoke them. Do you want to die? Qi Yanran was obviously very nervous. The other party had already spoken clearly, but now he was still bidding here. Wasn't that slapping the other party's face? This was clearly a sign of wanting to become enemies with Qingyuan Villa. Yeah, I'm targeting Qingyuan Villa, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Do I need a reason to target you? Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Qi Yanran instantly recalled some of Li Zongjio's targeted actions and some of the rumors she had heard. She had even heard about it later. Qingyuan Villa's Meng Yu had been killed by a Yuan beast on his way back. This was too much of a coincidence. There would not be any ferocious Yuan beasts within a 10-mile radius of Sacred Flame Royal City. The various legions were all trying their best to clear the surrounding obstacles. Therefore, someone had to be secretly involved. Seeing Li Zongjio's attitude, Qi Yanran already had some guesses in her heart. In another private room, the black-robed Hu Tianxiao's face darkened when he saw that there was still someone who dared to raise the price after he revealed his identity. However, even though his face was gloomy, he still looked like he was smiling. It was a chilling sight to behold. Interesting. You actually dare to make an enemy out of me, Hu Tianxiao. Let me see what you're capable of. Hu Tianxiao had come this time with an important task. No matter what, Meng Yu was a member of the Qingyuan Manor. But now that he was dead outside, Hu Tianxiao naturally had to come here to check and bring the corpse back. However, Hu Tianxiao was an experienced man, so he immediately knew that Meng Yu was killed by someone. As for the decapitation, it was only the final fatal move. Even after the person had died, this move was used to cover up the traces. Before that, everything was fake. The simplest conclusion was that the storage ring was gone. Could it be that the Yuan beast had taken the storage ring with its mouth? Other than investigating the cause of Meng Yu's death and finding the culprit behind the scenes, Hu Tianxiao had another purpose. This time, Hu Tianxiao came for another purpose, which was the Compassionate Travel Sex stone tablet in front of him. Qingyuan Villa had a vast collection of martial arts in the world. They were rather interested in this object that was about to be lost. When he heard that this object had appeared, Hu Tianxiao naturally rushed over to bid for it. Hu Tianxiao didn't expect that in this small auction, there would be people who couldn't be suppressed by his name. This made Hu Tianxiao interested. Ever since he entered Qingyuan Villa, almost no one dared to provoke him. Anyone who saw him would have to bow their head and call him protector. The Flying Bat's reputation seemed to be unparalleled at this moment. Since that was the case, the Flying Bat had to regain his reputation. Go and find out who dares to go against me. Anyone who goes against me is an enemy of Qingyuan Villa, Hu Tianxiao said to the people behind him. Immediately, the people behind him walked out and found the people of the Zhao family. Absolute secrecy was impossible. In the face of power and strength, everyone had to compromise. The so-called rules were in fact just a joke, set by the rules of the game. As long as you had enough strength, you could ignore these things. Continue to raise the bid. 1 billion. Yes, master. This time, Hu Tianxiao did not come alone. He also brought 3 apostles with him. These apostles were not directly accepted as disciples, but they had absolute faith in him. Therefore, he made them apostles. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjio's actions. Every time, Li Zongjio would only raise the price by 5 million. This was because the lowest price was only 5 million. Otherwise, he would probably do anything. The price of this stone tablet had already been raised to 8 billion. Even Hu Tianxiao was a little impatient. What did these people want? Were they here specifically for him? In fact, Li Zongjio was here for them. If it was someone else, Li Zongjio would have just given up. However, since it was someone from Qingyuan Villa who had bumped into him, he naturally would not let it go so easily. Publicly revealing his identity meant that he was confident. At the same time, Qingyuan Villa's people were very tactful. They raised the price to 1 billion, which was equivalent to not hurting the interests of the auction house. They just shortened the process. If he had revealed his identity at the beginning when he raised the bid of 50 million, it would have been a threat to others. After all, he wanted to buy this good thing at a low price. That would be unfair to the other competitors. It was also an extremely unfair thing, and from the perspective of the auction house, it was also an extremely heavy loss. Therefore, publicly revealing one's identity was generally forbidden. However, the other party had already said it, and his background was not small. Presumably, many people would have their own plans. However, now that the price had soared to 1 billion, it was enough for the auction house. When the others saw the price, it was difficult for them to raise it much. There was no need to compete for this last bit of price. Not only did they pay, but they also offended a giant like Qingyuan Villa. Hu Tianxiao. His identity is not simple. He is one of the 10 mountain guardians of Qingyuan Villa, Flying Bat Hu Tianxiao. Qi Yanran said lightly. The mountain guardian had directly appeared in King City. Could it be that there was something important in Qingyuan Villa? Just when Qi Yanran was hesitating, Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was extremely excited as he pushed the price up. 1.05 billion. When the host saw the price lit up, he was a little surprised and doubtful. Could it be that there was someone who dared to be an enemy of Qingyuan Villa? Moreover, the price increase was not very high. It was just a base price increase of 5 million purple yuan. Basically, at this point, in order to show respect, most people would increase the price to the range of 10 million. If they only increased the price by 5 million, it would be looking down on them. Qi Yanran saw that the light in her room was still on and immediately realized who did it. You. What did you do? Qi Yanran looked at Li Zongjiu and was extremely shocked. This was practically asking for trouble. If he increased the price by 5 million purple yuan, it was very likely that he would offend Qingyuan Villa. Even her Qi family did not dare to compete with Qingyuan Villa. The other party's background was not simple. Moreover, the person who came this time was the mountain guardian of Qingyuan Villa. He was a Yuan King level powerhouse. Make a bid. Qingyuan Villa's Hu Tianxiao has already made his identity clear. How dare you provoke him? Do you want to die? Qi Yanran was obviously extremely nervous. The other party had already made himself clear, but he still made a bid. Wasn't this a slap to the other party's face? This was clearly a sign that he was going to be an enemy of Qingyuan Villa. Yes, I am going against Qingyuan Villa. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Do I need a reason to be against you? Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Qi Yanran instantly recalled some of Li Zongjiu's targeted actions during the exchange competition, as well as some rumors she had heard. She even heard about it later. Qingyuan Villa's Meng Yu was killed by a meta beast on his way back. This was too much of a coincidence. There would not be any ferocious meta beasts within a 10-mile radius of Sacred Flame Royal City. The various legions were doing their best to clear the surrounding obstacles. Therefore, someone must have secretly made a move. Chapter 460. In a tea house opposite the Cool Breeze Inn, an old woman and a young girl were sitting by the window, looking in the direction of the Cool Breeze Inn. They were really unlucky this time. They didn't expect the outside world to be so sinister. They even dared to cheat them of such a huge amount of money. It was really a blow to the young girl and the old woman. The two of them rarely went down the mountain. If it wasn't for an important matter, they wouldn't come out of the mountain at all. The old woman had gone out of the mountain several times, so she had some understanding of these matters. She could easily deal with it. She also knew some of the ways, but she didn't know that such a thing would happen. Granny, how much do you think our sex stone tablet can be sold for? The old woman's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Although discussing such matters seemed to be somewhat disrespectful to the sex sacred object, they only discussed it a little. It didn't get in the way. Who didn't have a gossipy heart? Well, if you ask me, it should be sold for at least 5 million gold coins. Is 5 million gold coins a lot? For such a large number, the young girl had no specific idea. However, since her mother-in-law said it, it was definitely not much different. This was because her mother-in-law was so powerful. Naturally, she could make very accurate guesses about these things. Yes, of course it's a lot. Ordinary people can't spend it all in their lifetime. It would be great if we could also have 5 million gold coins. The young girl's eyes had a trace of longing, while the old woman stroked the back of her head. Don't worry, when our sect rises, we won't have to worry about 5 million gold coins. The whole world will be ours, the old woman said excitedly, even attracting the attention of many people around. The two of them quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. They continued to discuss in low voices. Granny, when our sect rises, I also want to open a tea house. The young girl was almost lying on the table as she whispered her wish. In the cool breeze the competition seemed to have reached a stalemate. Hu Tianxiao stopped when one of them jumped to 2 billion. Very quickly, the door opened and the person who had gone out walked back in. He cupped his hands towards Hu Tianxiao and said, Teacher, I've investigated it. It's a disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor called Li Zongjiu. He's competing with the Qi family's eldest daughter, Qi Yanran. They're both constantly increasing the price. Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran? Hee. Since you found out who it is, then just wait for your death. Hu Tianxiao's eyes suddenly revealed a cold, murderous intent. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and Qi clan were nothing in his eyes. None of them could stop the manor from moving forward. Qingyuan Manor would completely destroy all the obstructing forces that stood in their way. But on the surface, I, Hu Tianxiao, cannot lose. 2.5 billion, Hu Tianxiao said. He immediately raised the price by 500 million more than before. That was 5 billion purple yuan after all. To any family, this was definitely a huge sum of money. However, Hu Tianxiao had raised the price to such an extent so easily. Just the handling fee alone could reach about 300 million purple yuan. Of course, this time, the Zhao clan naturally wouldn't dare to charge a commission fee. They had to at least give the other party some face. If they offended the other party for such a small amount of money and made the other party unhappy, it was naturally not worth it. Therefore, the Zhao family would directly waive the handling fee. 2.5 billion, 5 billion. Li Zongjiu raised the price without hesitation. It was as if 5 billion was nothing in the hands of Li Zongjiu. It should be known that the original value of this stone tablet was only about 800 million purple yuan. It was already very lucky to be able to raise it to 1 billion. Now that the price had soared to 5 billion, the old host was already somewhat numb. These people were like immortals fighting. Their casual moves were spectacular and extraordinary. In response, the old host was also very direct. He also wanted to see who would come out on top in the end. Li Zongjiu, you're playing with fire. That's enough. Qi Yanran finally could not bear it anymore. She turned around and looked at Li Zongjiu. Oh, what's wrong with that? Can't I spend money to buy things? Li Zongjiu looked at the emotional Qi Yanran and was somewhat puzzled. Why was this girl so distressed when he was spending money? He was not distressed at all. Indeed, he did not feel distressed. Just the cash in his hand alone exceeded 4 billion purple yuan. This was all withdrawn from the Great Joy Casino. In addition, there was also a lot of savings in the storage rings obtained from killing Yi Lantian, Mengyu, and the others. Li Zongjiu did not count the money in detail, but it was more than 1 billion purple yuan. It was more than enough to deal with a protector. Do you know who that flying bat is? This person is sinister and bloodthirsty. He once slaughtered an entire family for some trivial matters. His hands are stained with blood, and he is unscrupulous and vengeful. He is definitely not someone you and I can provoke. He is backed by Qingyuan Villa and has cultivated his blood bat technique to the extreme. This person is ruthless, and no one wants to be entangled with him. Qi Yanran was a little agitated. This was a matter of losing one's life if one was not careful. How could it be so simple? If it was because of money, Qi Yanran was willing to lend it to him even if he did not have it now. However, this was a matter of life and death. Naturally, she had to stop Li Zongjiu. Oh, Is this person so ruthless? This was the first time Li Zongjio heard of this person. He did not expect this person to have such deeds in Jianghu. Not only did Li Zongjio not have the slightest fear, but it seemed that he was somewhat interested. Qi Yanran could not wait to throw Li Zongjio out. Oh no, at this moment he may have already received our information. After this is over, we must leave immediately. Qi Yanran suddenly thought of something. Since the other party's character was like this, he would definitely not let them go easily. Now, he must have done a thorough investigation. For them, the confidentiality of the Zhao family existed in name only. If the other party was willing, it was possible that he would directly kill his way in. After all, the Zhao family was at this level. For ordinary people, the information was naturally strictly confidential. However, if a powerful person were to come and ask, they would definitely be able to obtain this information easily without any hindrance. When you're in a different position, the world you see is actually different. For you, the road ahead was difficult, but for others, it was smooth and unimpeded. What's the matter? Don't we also know who they are? Li Zongjio did not care. At this moment, the other party also bid again. It could be seen that this person called Flying Bat was extremely prideful. 8 billion. Chapter 461. Looks like that guy doesn't have much money left. 8 billion 5 million. Li Zongjio didn't care about the other party's identity at all. This price war was already very outrageous. On the other side, Hu Tianxiao had already crushed the cup in his hand. The coldness in his eyes was extremely crazy. Even his body was trembling with anger. On the surface, everything seemed normal. However, Hu Tianxiao's killing intent had already exploded. The entire room was filled with a terrifying aura. The 3 apostles under him didn't dare to speak. If they said anything wrong at this moment, it would anger their teacher. However, the 3 of them also knew that today's person would enjoy the cruelest and most exciting treatment from their teacher. Backstage, at the beginning, Zhao Jingshuan's face was full of pride. At least until now, everything had developed in an orderly manner. Everything was normal, and there were no accidents. Everyone believed in love and was a harmonious family. Although there was a sense of tension in the air, it was quickly suppressed. After all, these were common occurrences, so there was no need to pay too much attention to it. However, when the last item appeared, and when the flying bat from Qingyuan Villa announced its name, everything seemed to have gone out of control. The person who competed with the flying bat. Without a doubt, it could even be said that there was no suspense. It was directly won by Li Zongjio. When he knew that Li Zongjio was competing with Hu Tianxiao, Zhao Jingshuan's heart was already faintly uneasy. Sure enough, just now, Hu Tianxiao's men also came to inquire about the person who made the bid. Under pressure, they also revealed Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran's information. This guy? I knew it! Zhao Jingshuan's body seemed to be trembling a little. It could be said that he was helpless against Li Zongjio's behavior. He thought that Qi Yanran was also in the private room and could more or less persuade him. Li Zongjio was more stupid and didn't know who the other party was. How could Qi Yanran not know? However, Qi Yanran did not seem to have any influence. She still allowed Li Zongjio to run amok. 8 billion. 8 billion. Holy shit. Just as Zhao Jingxian was praying in his heart, Li Zongjio would not raise the price any further. Perhaps he could still save Li Zongjio's life if he made up for it a little. However, the auctioneer's sudden bid made Zhao Jingshuan's heart plummet to the bottom of the abyss. I'm afraid it's over. Jingxian, your friend, is very fierce. Elder Zhao Quan found Zhao Jingxian. However, the expression on his face was definitely not one of happiness. It was as if he was saying, Zhao Jingshuan's friend is really amazing. He's actually able to make an enemy out of Qingyuan Villa. Now, it would be hard for Li Zongjio not to become famous. Maybe they know each other. Zhao Jingxian was also sweating profusely. 3 billion. 3 billion going once, 3 billion going twice, 3 billion deal. The host suddenly said. When the hammer in his hand came down, he suddenly felt that he was about to collapse. This kind of price tug-of-war was a great test for the host. If he couldn't bear it, he would probably die on the stage. Your temper is really more explosive than your father's. Li Zongjiu looked at Qi Yanran in front of him. Originally, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to raise the price. However, Qi Yanran directly destroyed the bidding device. She put away the sword in her hand. I'm not helping you, nor am I stopping you. I'm in the same room as you, so I must have been hated by the flying bat. I'm just trying to get myself out of trouble, Qi Yanran said faintly. Don't worry, I won't let him see tomorrow's sun. Li Zongjiu also said very calmly. Increasing the price by 30 times could be considered a big loss for Qingyuan Villa. At the same time, Li Zongjiu was also very interested in this thing. It was absolutely impossible for him to let Qingyuan Villa and the others leave directly. What else do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. I know you have a grudge against Qingyuan Villa, but it's absolutely not the time to be impulsive. Qi Yanran, who had a calm and steady personality, became emotional several times in a row tonight. However, after saying that, she felt that, as an outsider, she seemed to be overly concerned. For her, Li Zongjiu was just an insignificant outsider. If there was any relationship, it would be that he had beaten her up on the Herb Mountain before and then saved her life. You don't misunderstand. You saved me. I just don't want to see you die so early. Now, you should quietly leave here with me. That flying bat won't stay in this city for long. As long as it can't find us, it will naturally be fine. Qi Yanran said. Things had come to this point, so they could only rely on luck. In the future, if they stayed a little further away and avoided this person, and then found a suitable time to apologize, this matter would certainly be resolved. It was not a big deal, but if it was not handled properly, it would turn into a disaster. Qi Yanran had already helped Li Zongjiu think of a way out. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, it seemed that he did not need it. I have an appointment with someone tomorrow. You can come to me the day after tomorrow when you have the money ready. Li Zongjiu said to Qi Yanran. This was Qi Yanran's concern from the bottom of her heart. Of course, Li Zongjiu could feel it. This was also based on the fact that she did not know Li Zongjiu's strength, so such a situation would occur. Immediately, Li Zongjiu took the lead and walked out. Qi Yanran wanted to chase after him and stop Li Zongjiu. Although Qi Yanran did not know why she was so nervous and anxious, Qi Yanran just thought that she wanted to repay Li Zongjiu for saving her life. However, when Qi Yanran approached the door, she immediately felt a powerful feedback, like endless cotton. No matter how Qi Yanran walked, there was no way to get close to the door. This is a formation. Li Zongjiu, you dare to use a formation on me. Qi Yanran suddenly stomped her feet in anger. If his Yuan spirit was still at its peak, he would be able to break this formation. However, at this moment, there was no way to use the power of her original spirit. Thus, there was nothing he could do about the Yuan rune formation in front of him. Li Zongjiu had steeled his heart to deal with those people. What kind of grudge did this bastard have with the Qingyuan Villa? Judging from the last time when he targeted Mengyu, she should have guessed it long ago. You too, go and block the exit. Don't let that man and woman leave. Chapter 462. Elder, what should we do now? That person must have made a move. Zhao Jingxian could not help but ask. He looked at Zhao Quan with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. This matter was of great importance, so Zhao Quan must be the one to make the decision. Zhao Quan naturally knew what Zhao Jingxian wanted to do. Your friend reaped what he sowed. Our Zhao family cannot get involved in this matter. If your friend dies, it's only one person. But if it's our Zhao family, it's thousands of lives. Zhao Quan said in a deep voice. As a huge imperial clan, The Zhao clan had a large population. This was also the reason why the Zhao clan was able to take root in Monarch City and reach its current state. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to take root in Monarch City. It wasn't easy to raise the entire Zhao family to such a level. If their future was ruined because of such an insignificant person, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Zhao Quan tried his best to persuade him. What we can do is to prevent any tragedies from happening in the Cool Breeze Gang. However, once we leave the Cool Breeze Gang, this matter will no longer be under our control. Zhao Jingxian suddenly understood as well. However, he believed that Zhao Quan was right. But he was the one who invited Li Zongjiu. Although Li Zongjiu was courting death, he could not turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian easily found Li Zongjiu. Brotherly, the gate is not safe. Follow me this way. Quick! Zhao Jingxian hurried to Li Zongjiu and said. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was still swaggering out of the gate, Zhao Jingxian had to hand it to Li Zongjiu. Could he not be more careful? If he walked out, he would be immediately put on a hood, thrown into a carriage, and taken away. The next day, his corpse might be directly thrown into the market, or he might be directly made into human meat buns. Anyway, no one would know. How could anyone who offended Hu Tianxiao have a good ending? Look at Li Zongjiu. Could it be that he wanted to go out and have a midnight snack before strolling back slowly? It was really convincing. Why? Is it because of Hu Tianxiao? Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. He was the great evil lord. Could it be that he would leave without a proper exit because of this little thing? This was simply the biggest joke. If someone wanted to escape through the window, or even through the back door, it had to be him, Hu Tianxiao. Flying bat? He would turn him into a braised bat in a while. My lord, you know who Hu Tianxiao is. Yet you still went to provoke him. Do you think you have too many heads on your neck? Zhao Jingxian said. Could it be that Li Zong was really here to exterminate him? Did they purposely come to his territory to provoke some strong enemies and exterminate his Zhao family? Don't worry. Once you walk out of this door, it has nothing to do with your Zhao family. Don't worry. Li Zongjiu could naturally understand Zhao Jingxuan's concerns and immediately said. However, Zhao Jingxian made Li Zongjiu look at him in a new light. These business families knew how to play it safe. At the same time, they could stand on the side that was advantageous. Profit was the most important thing for them. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian was quite loyal. Li Zongjiu was a little surprised. When he saw Li Zongjiu leave directly, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but give Li Zongjiu a thumbs up. This Li Zongjiu was really courageous. If he walked out of this door, Li Zongjiu naturally knew what he would face. However, Li Zongjiu still did things his way. In Zhao Jingxuan's opinion, this was almost no different from courageously facing death. A real man. You have guts. Zhao Jingxian also admired Li Zongjiu in his heart. He had already done what he should do. However, if Li Zongjiu refused to listen, then it had nothing to do with him. After Li Zongjiu walked out of the Cool Breeze Inn, he sensed that two people were following him. However, he didn't care. He even directly led the two people to a secluded alley. The two people also felt Li Zongjiu's intention. They immediately sneered. After looking at each other, they followed Li Zongjiu into the alley. You have the guts to go against teacher. Now, you still have the chance to report your identity. The two people took off their hats. Under the bright moonlight, one could see that their faces seemed to be a little pale. Their bodies were cold, and their whole body emitted a cold energy. Li Zongjiu also turned to look at the two people. Only the two of you came? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but frown. He immediately moved his mental strength in the direction of the Cool Breeze Inn and found that the person called Hu Tianxiao had already left with the things. In that case, he could only cripple the two people in front of him. Senior brother, you don't need to deal with this kind of trash. Just leave it to me. Junior brother, It's not good to be entangled in royal city. Let's end this quickly." Since Li Zongjio was unwilling to answer, he would directly kill Li Zongjio. Immediately, the junior brother walked over and pulled out a cold steel short sword in his hand. On the blade of the short sword, there was a row of small barbs. Once such a vicious weapon pierced into the body, it would definitely hook the flesh. If it pierced the ring in the stomach, it would definitely hook the internal organs out. Go to hell with peace of mind. Don't worry, I will use the fastest speed to remove your internal organs. When you die, you will still be able to see your heart beating. That will be the most beautiful melody. As the junior brother spoke, he quickly rushed towards Li Zongjio. When he got close to Li Zongjio and was about to stab with the short sword in his hand, he felt a powerful wind coming from beside him. He saw Li Zongjio suddenly appear behind him. What? Crack! Li Zongjio directly grabbed his opponent's head with both hands and gently twisted it. His entire neck was twisted off, and his head immediately rolled to the ground like a rubber ball, making a thud. Bang! The rest of the corpse also fell to the ground. Li Zongjio waved his hand. He looked at the other person who had yet to react. It's your turn, Li Zongjio said. Chapter 463. This person's strength was almost the same as his junior brother's. Seeing that even his junior brother had been instantly killed by the other party, he naturally began to worry. This person's strength was above his, and it was best for him to flee as soon as possible. Take this. The man suddenly threw out a few poisonous darts, which flew towards Li Zongjio. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and rushed towards Hu Tianxiao. This person's strength was too tyrannical, and he must leave quickly. Li Zongjio seemed to have known that his opponent was going to escape. Facing the numerous darts that were flying towards him, he opened his mouth and blew at them. In an instant, the darts were all blown back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The senior brother was shocked when he saw the dart fly back. He didn't expect Li Zongjio to be able to hit the dart back. Immediately, he waved the iron rod in his hand and deflected the darts. If he allowed the darts to attack him, it was very likely that they would directly penetrate his body. If that happened, he would end up being poisoned to death by his own darts. And it was at this moment that his figure stopped and was obstructed that he suddenly realized something. He saw Li Zongjio's figure appear beside him. Fuck! When the man saw Li Zongjio, who was close at hand, he suddenly shouted in fear. He had completely lost his fighting spirit. Usually, these two people relied on their teacher's name to flaunt their prowess everywhere. They had always wanted to be apprenticed to Hu Tianxiao, but because of their lack of strength and talent, they were not accepted as disciples by Hu Tianxiao. Therefore, his strength was not very strong. It was just that his previous opponents were just some ordinary people. In the face of Hu Tianxiao's prestige, he had long been scared out of his wits. Now, it was useless against Li Zongjio. When Li Zongjio attacked, he directly grabbed his opponent's head with both hands. How could this scene be so familiar? In the next second, Li Zongjio would twist his head off. If that were the case, he would be done for. He couldn't believe how terrifying the scene would be when his head rolled on the ground. No, no, no! The shadow of death shrouded him, and in a panic he quickly grabbed Li Zongjio's hand. However, he was just grabbing randomly and did not make any movements. Before this, he only saw Li Zongjio's cold gaze. At this moment, it was as if the Grim Reaper was looking at him. No crack! Li Zongjio directly wrung the head off his neck. When the head rolled on the ground, it was still spinning on the spot. After dealing with these two people, Li Zongjio directly walked into the distance. With his mental strength, he sensed that Hu Tianxiao had already left the main city and arrived at the outskirts. Sacred Flame Royal City was huge, and some of the places were extremely desolate. Hu Tianxiao did not like crowded places and preferred to live with a bunch of bats. Therefore, even when he was in Sacred Flame Royal City, he chose to live in a dark and damp mountain range. However, Before he could go up the mountain, he was already blocked by two figures. Swoosh, swoosh! The old woman and the young girl descended from the sky, blocking Hu Tianxiao's path. With their sex cultivation method, they were naturally able to sense the person who possessed their sex items. Hence, it was very easy for them to distinguish. Hee, there are really a lot of ignorant people today, one after another. Hu Tianxiao suddenly laughed sinisterly. As a guardian of Qin Yuan Villa, he was very famous in the underworld. However, he only met people who did not care about his reputation. Now, there were people who appeared and even tried to rob him halfway. How bold! In fact, the old lady and the young girl had never heard of Hu Tianxiao's name. They rarely left their own sex, so how could they have heard of his name? Therefore, this was naturally not true. Put down the item that you are auctioning today, and I will consider letting you go. The old lady took a step forward, and the walking stick in her hand landed gently on the ground, making a crisp sound. Interesting. I haven't seen anyone who wants to let me, Hu Tianxiao, off the hook for a long time. Since you guys are so confident, I'll let you guys have a taste of my bloodbath technique. Immediately, Hu Tianxiao let out a low roar. The yuan power within his body instantly erupted, releasing a terrifyingly sharp energy. The bloody evil, Qi, formed a huge bat behind his back. When this bat appeared, a pair of intimidating eyes stared intently at the two people in front of him. A mere bat dares to be arrogant in front of me? The old lady sneered and gently tapped the walking stick in her hand. Immediately, a sharp aura condensed from the ground and turned into a long blade that rushed towards the bat. Boom! The blade aura was shattered before it could hit Hu Tianxiao. Go and catch that little girl for me. Don't hurt her. Her blood is extremely pure. I like it. Hu Tianxiao said to the apostle beside him. The girl nodded, and a set of tiger spikes appeared on her wrist. She then rushed towards the white-clothed girl. You are courting death. The old lady dared to attack the young Mississippi. The young miss was the treasure of their sect. She couldn't bear any harm. However, the old lady was entangled by Hu Tianxiao. In an instant, the Yuan spirit behind her rushed out and grabbed the old lady's shoulder. The blood wings flapped slightly and brought the old lady up to the sky. Boom! Grandma, be careful! The white-clothed girl saw that her grandma was caught and brought up to the sky and quickly said, How could these people be so fierce and even capture her grandma? However, the white-clothed girl wasn't worried about her grandma's condition. After all, her grandma's strength was at the top in the sect. Almost no elders dared to fight back. They all stood obediently on the spot and took a beating. You should worry about yourself first. When the black-clothed girl rushed over, the tiger spike in her hand was already thrusting out. In the dark night, there wasn't any light. Even the naked eye couldn't determine the length of the tiger spike. If she was careless, the tiger spike would definitely pierce through her body. Your weapon is really strange. The folding fan in the white-clothed young lady's hand lightly blocked the opponent's tiger spike to the side. Then the white-clothed girl's eyes flickered. The moment she opened her folding fan, a blade of Yuan spirit light swept towards the black-clothed girl. The black-clothed girl exclaimed. Before the light swept towards her, it already gave her an extremely terrifying feeling. She lowered her head and saw that there were a few small holes burned in her clothes. Chapter 464. What kind of move is this? The black-clothed woman kept retreating as the white light chased after her for dozens of meters, refusing to give up. This caused her to be extremely shocked. As her figure retreated, she continuously used her own yuan power to rush towards the white light. However, all of it was easily devoured. Oh, this move is called white medicine immortal energy. The white-clothed girl replied in an extremely serious manner. Don't attack anymore. You're no match for me. The white-clothed girl said in an extremely sincere tone. If the black-clothed girl attacked again, the white-clothed girl would definitely not fight back. However, the black-clothed girl's strength seemed to be too weak. Therefore, the black-clothed girl could easily defeat the black-clothed girl. If that was the case, it would be very embarrassing. Shameless boasting. The black-clothed woman had never been humiliated like this. When she heard the white-clothed woman's words, she was naturally furious. Deadly flying bat sword. The black-clothed woman circulated her yuan power and immediately condensed a pitch-black yuan power sword around her. Then, one could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent condensed on the yuan power sword. When the sword was condensed, it immediately felt that there seemed to be the sound of terrifying bats flapping their wings in all directions. Swoosh! The power of the flying sword immediately rushed towards the white-clothed woman like a soul-reaping bell. The white-clothed woman's eyes flickered. She seemed to feel that the power of this move was not simple, but she did not panic. She continuously waved the folding fan in her hand, and suddenly, rays of light flashed out. Boom! Boom! These rays of light constantly blasted out. They swept towards the opponent. Finally, under the continuous bombardment, the yuan power sword in front of her was destroyed. What? Seeing that her move did not hurt the opponent at all, the black-clothed woman was shocked. Her face immediately revealed a look of shock. The strength of your move is not bad. There was a hint of admiration in the eyes of the young lady in white. However, in her eyes, this admiration was a form of humiliation. Today I must kill you. The black-clothed woman's eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. You want to kill me? Then I have to kill you. Granny said that whoever wants to kill me, I must kill him. The white-clothed girl said seriously. In the beginning it was just a fight. However, if you wanted to kill her, she would have no choice but to kill you. In an instant, the white-clothed girl's eyes became sharp. It was like a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. Shwa! The white-clothed girl lightly patted the folding fan in her hand. Suddenly, an ice blade shot out from the folding fan. When this ice snow blade pierced through, it seemed as if it had suddenly passed through the front. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple in this space. Not good. When the black-clothed woman saw this, she immediately wanted to escape. After all, the power of this attack had already exceeded the limit of what she could endure. However, the speed at which he flew was still half a beat slower. The light blade pierced through the woman in black's body. In an instant, the woman's eyes widened. The woman's body was split in half on the spot. How is this possible? The black-clothed woman's face was filled with shock. She didn't even dare to look down. When she saw that the lower half of her body was already far away from her, her feelings were indescribable. My body, this is impossible. My protective jade, why is it ineffective? When the woman's consciousness completely disappeared. However, what she didn't know was that her body had been sealed in ice. A wave of cold frost had quietly spread to her body. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. Li Zhongjiu's figure quickly swept across the sky. He came here to look for the stone tablet of the compassionate travel sect. However, when he flew in the sky, he also looked down at the scene below. Coincidentally, he met the eyes of the white-clothed girl. The white-clothed girl's eyes were pure and clear. He couldn't see any impurities in them. Li Zhongjiu felt as if he was looking at a clear spring. He could even see hundreds of meters below. It was this pure feeling. What the white-clothed girl saw was a pair of eyes that seemed to have gone through the vicissitudes of life. In those eyes, there was everything and nothing at the same time. There was pain that was as great as the world, and also happiness that was as great as the sea. What kind of deep gaze was this? What kind of experience did the owner of this pair of eyes have in the past? In just the time it took to look at this pair of eyes, Li Zhongjiu's figure had already flown out and rushed towards the distance. The old woman and Hu Tianxiao were engaged in a fierce battle. Hu Tianxiao hadn't fought for a long time. After joining Qingyuan Villa, many things could be easily solved by just moving her mouth. She only needed to spread her name to solve the problem. However, she didn't expect to encounter such a situation in Royal City. She had been provoked time and time again. At the same time, the strength of this crazy woman in front of her was really impressive. Even Hu Tianxiao couldn't hold on much longer. Could it be that people nowadays were so powerful? I won't bicker with you today. Leave your name if you have the guts. Hu Tianxiao said in a deep voice. Even though he couldn't defeat the other party, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. In this world, if Hu Tianxiao wanted to leave, there was no place he couldn't go. No one could stop him. I don't want to kill anyone. Hand over the item, and I'll let you go. Hand it over? You crazy woman. Do you know how much I spent on this thing today? Hu Tianxiao couldn't help but recall the fear he felt when he paid for it. It was a painful feeling. Although Hu Tianxiao was a member of Qingyuan Villa, he still had to abide by the rules when he came here to auction things. After all the businesses were backed by the Commerce Alliance. If someone deliberately broke the rules, the Commerce Alliance would take action and teach the person a lesson. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. As a member of the Commerce Alliance, they couldn't back down in the face of this. The Commerce Alliance was so powerful that even Qingyuan Villa was afraid of it. They didn't even dare to touch its red line. It seems like the money you paid is more valuable than your life. The old woman sighed helplessly. Chapter 465. Since he was unwilling to hand over the item, he had to kill this person today, even if he had cultivated in seclusion for many years and had not killed anyone. For the sake of the sect's sacred item, it was not impossible to break the rule. The yuan qi around his body immediately condensed into a terrifying aura. It was as if a beam of light had condensed behind the old woman. Rumble! Countless rays of light broke through the barrier of fog and shot towards Hu Tianxiao. Glaring guardian warrior. What kind of origin spirit is this? You are from an ancient sect. When Hu Tianxiao saw the old woman release her origin spirit, it immediately set off a huge wave in his heart. The scene in front of him was too shocking for Hu Tianxiao. It was rumored that some ancient sect's yuan formula was different from the current one. The yuan formula that the ancient sects cultivated was to comprehend some of the power of the ancient gods. After comprehending it, one could obtain the help of the divine power of the ancient gods and condense the appropriate totem behind one's back. This was also the birth of the first yuan spirit. Later on, the cultivation methods of the ancient sects were gradually lost. Many people no longer understood how to comprehend the ancient god's power. Until now, they had gradually evolved into hunting metabeasts and fusing their souls into their own bodies, using this method to replace the ancient god's power. Now that he saw the glaring guardian warrior displayed by the old woman, Hu Tianxiao immediately understood the old woman's identity. He could not say that the old woman had killed a glaring guardian warrior and condensed its soul into her origin spirit. That was an ancient, divine power. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. He was actually intercepted and killed by someone from an ancient sect. Boom! The glaring guardian warrior had already sent a palm strike over. However, Hu Tianxiao was not scared out of his wits and directly fainted. Instead, he was prepared to risk his life with this attack. Immediately, Hu Tianxiao condensed his own power on the origin spirit, and the bloodbat origin spirit merged into his body. Boom! A pair of huge wings spread out behind Hu Tianxiao's back. When the wings appeared, Hu Tianxiao's figure began to turn into a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he had swept hundreds of meters away. Bang! King Kong's palm suddenly struck the air, but at the same time, the ground was blasted apart. It formed such an earth-shaking and mountain-shaking momentum. Hee hee, you crazy woman. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you'll need a few more years to comprehend your divine energy. Hu Tianxiao immediately let out a hearty laugh. Without any hesitation, his body rushed towards the distance. After being supported by the Yuan spirit energy, his speed had directly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared before everyone's eyes. Damn it, that guy got away. The old lady muttered to herself as she withdrew her Yuan spirit. However, it was not difficult to find the other party. Previously, she had also left a mark on this person's body. As long as this fellow was still alive, she would definitely be able to find him. After escaping, Hu Tianxiao only dared to descend after flying more than 10 miles away. She concealed her aura, not daring to leak the slightest bit. Ahem, damn it. If this old man had not been through hundreds of battles, I would have been suppressed by the other party's aura, Hu Tianxiao said, still in a state of shock. With her speed, it was naturally easy to escape the other party's pursuit. Moreover, as long as she concealed her aura, no matter how powerful the other party was, she would not be able to find her. She draped a cloak over her body. With the cloak's effect, it could help Hu Tianxiao conceal her aura better. After escaping for such a long distance, it would not be easy to find her. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. This place was already out of the sacred flame, royal city. However, it was also a place filled with forests. Just as Hu Tianxiao was about to take a detour to leave this place and return to the city, she suddenly felt an aura appear behind her. Although the aura was extremely weak, Hu Tianxiao could still feel it clearly. "Who's there?" Hu Tianxiao immediately turned around and saw a figure under the shadow of a tree 20 meters away from her. Although she could not see clearly, it was indeed a figure. It seemed to be a young man. "Don't worry. I only have one purpose for coming here, and that is to give you a gift," Li Zongjio said indifferently. "Giving me a gift? Who are you? Are you from the same sect as that crazy woman?" Hu Tianxiao immediately became alert. Could it be that the people from this sect were so resourceful that they had already predicted that she would land here? It was almost impossible for them to have followed her all the way here. How could Hu Tianxiao not know of his own speed? Just now, that crazy woman had directly chosen to give up. That meant that she knew how terrifying his speed was. Li Zongjio did not say a word and directly threw the two heads out. Immediately, the two heads rolled on the ground. Hu Tianxiao initially thought that it was some kind of hidden weapon. He wanted to leave immediately, but when he saw the things rolling on the ground, his eyes immediately widened. This was because the two heads belonged to the two apostles under him. You dare to kill my people?" Hu Tianxiao was shocked at first. Then he recalled that the two apostles were sent out to capture the two arrogant brats. He immediately realized who the person in front of him was. "You're Qi Yanran." "Bah, no, you're a man." "You're that, what's his name? Li Zongjio." Hu Tianxiao was immediately horrified. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. It was a horrifying and cruel smile, as if he wanted to vent his anger. Today, he finally found some entertainment. He suffered a lot in the hands of that crazy woman. Now it seemed that the other apostle of his was also killed. These three were really quite useless. "It's me," Li Zongjio said. "Do you think you can fight me head-on just because you killed two of my apostles? It's your misfortune to have met me today. Just now, I had a belly full of anger when I fought with that crazy woman. Now I'm going to vent my anger," Hu Tianxiao suddenly said in a cold voice. With a flying kick, he sent the two heads flying towards Li Zongjio. Obviously, in his eyes, he did not care about the lives of his subordinates. Boom! Hu Tianxiao used Fierce Dragon crossing the river. His body directly crushed Li Zongjio. The aura on his body was like a mountain crashing down. Swoosh! Li Zongjio stretched out his hand, and a flying knife swept out like a transparent object. It quietly hid in the air. Chapter 466. Plop! Hu Tianxiao's body fell to the ground. Above his head, there was a flying knife that was directly inserted between his eyebrows. Almost all of it went in. Hu Tianxiao's body fell 5 meters in front of Li Zongjio. If he was a little closer, he would have a chance to directly cut Li Zongjio into pieces. But now Li Zongjio was still standing in the same place, safe and sound. However, he did not know when his head was directly hit by a knife. He looked at Li Zongjio in a daze. You and I have no enmity, but who asked you to be a member of Qingyuan Manor? Li Zongjio shook his head, helplessly. If it was possible, he would rather not kill anyone in his life. However, some people did not learn from their mistakes, so he had to kill his way out. He had to kill them until they were afraid, until they became extinct. It was useless to be afraid. One day, they would forget the pain of the past. Therefore, he had to kill them all. This was the only way to ensure that they would never start over again. Then, Li Zongjio took Hu Tianxiao's storage ring. With a bang, a stone tablet fell to the ground. When Li Zongjio saw the stone tablet, he immediately felt the boundless aura from it. How powerful was the Compassionate Travel Sect in ancient times! Even if this stone was placed in the Compassionate Travel Sect, it would still be a treasure in the outside world after being nurtured by the aura of the experts in the sect, let alone a stone tablet like this. He directly put away the stone tablet. He did not know many words from ancient times, so it was useless to put this thing in front of him. It was like reading a heavenly book. He could only find a professional to translate it. After dealing with Hu Tianxiao, Li Zongjio directly left. Whoosh! There was no need to go all out to kill someone. Life and death were usually decided in an instant. Not to mention Hu Tianxiao, even if the old woman who used the glaring guardian deity wanted to fight Li Zongjio, she would still be unable to do so. To Li Zongjio, killing the other party would only require a single breath of time. With the boundless ocean flying dagger in his hand, he was naturally successful in every endeavor. Li Zongjio had already returned to his manor alone. On the other side, the white-clothed young lady and the old lady followed the fluctuation and found Hu Tianxiao's location. Not good. Someone actually intercepted it. The old woman immediately went forward to check. He discovered that Hu Tianxiao didn't have many injuries on his body. There was only a cut on his head, and the cut was as thin as the line from earlier. What a sharp blade! What a decisive killing move! One move to kill. The old woman immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Judging from this point, she could tell how terrifying the strength of the person who attacked was. There are indeed many experts in the sacred flame royal city. The old woman said with a shudder. This really hit the old woman's heart. Moreover, he knew that even if he were to fight against this mysterious expert, it would not be easy for him to win. Hu Tianxiao actually didn't even have time to escape in front of this person. What about our sex stone tablet? The white-clothed young lady couldn't help but ask. It was taken away. It seems that it's not time for the stone tablet to return. In that case, there's no need to force it. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. The old woman said decisively. If that mysterious expert was still nearby, he could easily make the two of them stay. Therefore, the old woman had to take the young lady and leave this place first. She couldn't let the young lady's situation become dangerous. Cool breeze in. Elder Zhao Quan directly split the array in front of him with a palm. He saw Qi Yanran appear in the room. Young Lady Qi, why are you trapped here? Elder Zhao Quan was slightly surprised after seeing this. He didn't expect Qi Yanran to be trapped here. They were already planning to clear the place, but they found that there was an abnormal fluctuation here. When they came to take a look, they found that there was a temporary Yuan rune array here. What about Li Zongjio? Where is he? Qi Yanran didn't answer Zhao Quan's question. Instead, she asked directly, Young master, Li left the auction earlier. We don't know where he is now. Zhao Quan said with a little surprise. From the looks of it, this Li Zongjio was the one who trapped the eldest daughter of the Qi family in this room. It was surprising. Where did Li Zongjio get the courage to do this? Was he not afraid that the Qi family would find trouble with him? Most importantly, Qi Yanran was a famous beauty in the city. How many people would be willing to treat Qi Yanran like this? Hearing Zhao Quan's words, Qi Yanran didn't stay any longer and directly left the Cool Breeze Inn. Once he returned to the Qi family, he immediately mobilized the power of his family in an attempt to find Li Zongjiu. However, the latest information showed that Li Zongjiu was now in his own manor. After waiting bitterly for half an hour, the news came. Qi Yanran also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu was fine. However, Qi Yanran thought that if Li Zongjiu was fine, then it naturally meant that something had happened to the others. Qi Yanran ordered her subordinates to continue to investigate. This night, the Qi family's intelligence agency was still operating. 2 headless bodies in an alley not far from the Cool Breeze Inn. According to the identification of the clothes, these 2 people are the apostles of the protector of Qingyuan Villa, Hutian Shao. Qi Yanran also took a deep breath and gradually suppressed the shock in her heart. Li Zongjiu is really good. When she was with Li Zongjiu, although she felt that Li Zongjiu was fearless and even unscrupulous, she didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would be so daring. These 2 days, investigate carefully. See if there are any traces of meta beasts in Li Zongjiu's manor. Qi Yanran ordered. Qi Yanran was an extremely wise person. She was not used to being deceived by others. She liked to control her own power and grasp the truth. Meng Yu's death. Perhaps it was really related to Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu and Qingyuan Villa had a grudge, Qi Yanran really didn't know what to do. You saved my life. If Qingyuan Villa has a grudge against you, I will also save your life. This was Qi Yanran's current thought. Chapter 467. On the surface, the sacred Flame Royal City was extremely peaceful. However, some of the businesses that once belonged to the Yi family had unknowingly changed hands, and the person in charge behind the scenes had changed. It could be said that there was a real change of dynasty. Li Zongjiu arrived at the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor early in the morning. First, he went to buy some medicinal ingredients. After all, these medicinal ingredients could be said to be of good quality and cheap. At the same time, he entered the Heavenly Flame House to refine pills. When Li Zongjiu arrived at the Heavenly Flame House, he saw many people gathered in front of the Heavenly Flame House. Could it be that some big shot has booked the entire place? When Li Zongjiu saw this situation, he immediately frowned. Young people nowadays could really curry favor with those in power and influence. They gave up on their cultivation and instead circled around these matters. It was as if they were dogs eagerly wagging their tails in front of their masters, hoping to be rewarded with a bone. Stop, who is it? Senior Brother Guisi is refining pills in the Heavenly Flame House. No one is allowed to enter and disturb him. A freshman who looked like he was able to sneak into Senior Brother Guisi's team and become a lackey naturally felt a little smug in his heart. In fact, many people did not even take him seriously. At this moment, there were so many people gathered here to prevent anyone who did not have eyes from entering. Li Zongjiu had just reached the entrance when he was blocked by these people. This situation was different from the previous time. Previously, no one recognized Li Zongjiu. However, this time, many people immediately recognized Li Zongjiu. After all, he had shown brilliantly in the previous exchange competition and directly obtained the honor of being the champion. Although many of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor students did not go to watch the competition, the Medicine Manor still made an announcement to the entire Medicine Manor when they returned. As a result, Li Zongjiu's reputation gradually spread in the Medicine Manor. Although Li Zongjiu did not appear many times, he always left a deep impression on everyone. Back then, on the elixir battle stage, he had directly killed that instructor. This was an extremely vile matter, but the Medicine Manor could not do anything about it. The pill competition itself was a life and death agreement. This was a pill master's dignity and rules. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor itself wanted to uphold this rule. In addition, Li Zongjiu's performance was indeed shocking. He had directly refined a middle-grade 5 medicinal pill, which was even more shocking. It was precisely because of this talent that the Heavenly Dawn medicine manor did not execute Li Zongjiu right away. Even the experts on the alchemist list had not been able to break through the realm of level 5 alchemist. However, Li Zongjiu had directly refined a level 5 middle-level medicinal pill, which made people deeply aware of the power of Li Zongjiu. After that first year made a ruckus, he felt that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. Logically speaking, someone should have come up to support him. However, half a day had passed, and there was not even a single person who agreed with him. He looked at the people around him and saw that they were all quietly retreating. It was as if they wanted to put some distance between them and this new student. They were purposely distancing themselves from him. What's going on? What's going on? Why are all of you leaving? The new student was a little shocked. Didn't they say that they would be companions for life? What was the meaning of retreating at this time? Li Zongjiu had originally thought that he would have to make a move to teach these people a lesson. However, from the looks of it now, there was no need for that. These people had very consciously retreated to the side. Even the new student looked around him. Then he walked to the side as if nothing had happened. It must be said that this scene was extremely awkward. This group of people would naturally dare to block anyone who came. Even Murong Jian from back then would have found it difficult to enter. Back then, Murong Jian was probably not as arrogant as these people in front of him. However, when they recognized Li Zongjiu, they directly chose to retreat. It was impossible for anyone to have such dignity because these people knew that even if Senior Guoxi came, he probably wouldn't be able to handle Li Zongjiu. He might seem young, but in this Heavenly Star medicine manor, he was already strong enough to sweep through everyone. Last time, Senior Guoxi originally wanted to hold a lecture, but he suddenly announced that he wasn't feeling well and abruptly canceled the lecture. Later on, someone said that Senior Guoxi was beaten up by someone and was hospitalized in the medical hall. There was only one person who would do it. After all, no one would dare to go forward and claim that they were the culprits. Only Li Zongjiu would dare to do it. Among the freshmen, Li Zongjiu was the one who swallowed dragons and tigers. In the face of such a notorious person, what else could these people do? Naturally, they chose to obediently step aside. Li Zongjiu did not make things difficult for these people. Since they knew what was good for them, then he would consider them tactful. After entering the Heavenly Flame House, Li Zongjiu took a bunch of keys and entered the secret room. The elixirs in his hand were all prepared to refine a certain elixir. This elixir was called the Heavenly Restoration Elixir. Among all the elixirs, the Heavenly Restoration Elixir's effect was considered unique because it was only effective against people with the Withered Meridian's disease. In fact, the Withered Meridian's disease wasn't really an incurable disease. It was just that the meridians were difficult to connect and form a complete closure with each other, resulting in a large amount of life force being lost. However, in reality, if all of this energy could be gathered, it would erupt like a geyser. After consuming the Heavenly Restoration Elixir, it was equivalent to recondensing all of Shu's meridians. In such a state, the Withered Meridian's disease could be resolved. Moreover, Shu's strength would also erupt like a geyser. The reason why he helped Shu was naturally because Li Zongjiu also needed to recruit some people. In his previous life, Shu died not long after. In other words, Shu didn't exist in the future. How Shu's fate would develop was naturally unknown. Only such a person would be able to use him again. Perhaps it would be possible to do so without too much of an impact on the future. There wouldn't be any unnecessary danger either. Moreover, he was able to reach this stage with his own strength. It was also clear how strong Shu's willpower was. Those who were able to reach this stage were also people with tenacious willpower. Once he was given a favor, he would be unswervingly loyal. This was because his life this time was also bestowed by Li Zongjiu. For various reasons, Li Zongjiu would also take action. Azura Cauldron. Chapter 468. The Azura cauldron emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. The heavenly restoration pill was only a grade 4 pill, but this pill formula was extremely strange. It was difficult for ordinary people to study it, and it also required time to match it. Therefore, if Shu could live for 50 years, when this pill formula was released, he would be able to refine such a pill to cure this incurable disease. Shu had been waiting outside the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor for a long time. 10 billion purple yuan. He had already gathered all of it. However, when Shu came to look for Li Zongjiu, he asked the reception room at the door to pass on a message. He was told that Li Zongjiu was cultivating, and it was difficult to know when he would come out. Shu had no choice but to wait outside. This wait lasted until night fell. Could it be that he has no way to cure me, and is only here to see me being played? Shu suddenly thought of this. When a person sat down alone, it was inevitable that they would have such thoughts, let alone in such a situation. Nervousness had always lingered in their hearts. Shu was also thinking about this. An extremely anxious feeling spread in his heart. Qi Yanran? Just as Shu was feeling nervous, he saw a familiar figure walk out from where he was sitting. Shu was sitting in a tea house opposite the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. He could not just squat at the entrance of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Qi Yanran also saw Shu. Shu nodded slightly to Qi Yanran, and Qi Yanran nodded in response. Qi Yanran admired the Sher tree. Only the Sher tree could survive until now with its perseverance and talent. With such a character, it must have forged a steel-like will. If this stone tree could continue to live, its future achievements would definitely be limitless. Unfortunately, it was temporarily restrained by the current situation. Whether it could survive or not was still unknown. The two of them sat in the tea house until late at night. The other customers had all left. Shu went to ask several times, but was still told that they were cultivating. "Miss, we're closing," the shopkeeper walked up to Qi Yanran and said apologetically. However, Qi Yanran gave him a bank note worth 100,000 gold coins. "Bring the tea." Okay. The originally sleepy shopkeeper's eyes immediately widened to the size of copper bells. His entire body was instantly wide awake. Just this 100,000 gold coins was already equivalent to the profits of this small tea house for nearly half a month. Now that they had met a big shot, how could they not be happy? Until the bright moon appeared in the sky. The pedestrians on the road had also disappeared. Only a few people who had been drinking all night were still swaying on the road. Finally, when Shu could no longer sit still, a figure appeared in front of the tea house. The shopkeeper of the tea house was already sleeping soundly on the counter. Obviously, money was not so easy to earn. Usually he would be sleeping at this time, but now he had to forcefully keep his eyes open and watch over the tea house. "Shua!" Shu immediately stood up. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Li Zongjiu walked in and saw Shu. In the blink of an eye, he saw Qi Yanran sitting in the corner. After a slight smile, he walked toward Shu. "Have you collected the money?" Li Zongjiu said. Only then did Shu come to his senses. Even though he had cultivated bitterly for so many years and had an incomparably firm mind, he still couldn't help but panic in front of Li Zongjiu. He hurriedly took out the 10 billion purple yuan that he had painstakingly gathered from his pocket. All of them were placed in a sandalwood box. "It's all here. Not a single cent is missing," Shu said. Li Zongjiu directly put away the box without counting. He did not even care about what was inside. Then he handed over a porcelain bottle in his hand. "Inside this bottle is called the Repairing Heavenly Pill. After you consume it, it will definitely allow your withered veins to once again revive. However, you must remember that after consuming this medicinal pill, The qi that you have accumulated from your previous training will instantly strengthen your body. If you can't handle it alone, you'd better find another person to protect you. Otherwise, even if the problem of your meridians is healed, your body will explode from the huge amount of yuan power. Li Zongjio said, This pill, can it really cure my withered meridians? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little nervous. Even Shi Shu was extremely shocked. It should be known that this illness could be said to have brought him endless troubles. In this long struggle of life, there were many times when he wanted to directly end his life, but he bitterly persevered. This perseverance lasted for more than 10 years. More than 10 years of boredom was not something that anyone could endure. Now, the solution to his withered meridians was right in front of him. It was no wonder that Shi Shu was so excited. Not only that, your cultivation will also increase greatly because of this, Li Zongjio said faintly. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Shi Shu finally pulled himself together. Shi Shu will always remember the kindness of saving my life. If you have any errands in the future, I will not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Shi Shu said firmly to Li Zongjio, It's good that you remember. I will look for you in the future. Li Zongjio said. Li Zongjio had saved someone's life. This was not something that could be settled with money. If one did not know how to repay kindness, then Li Zongjio would not care about the other party. He could even take back the life that he had saved at any time. Miss Qi, I have been waiting for you for a long time. In that case, I will take my leave first, Shi Shu said, now that he had obtained this miraculous heavenly pill. Shi Shu could not wait to rush back to his mansion and cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, he did not care whether he could improve his cultivation or not. As long as he could keep his life, there would be plenty of opportunities to cultivate in the future. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. Shi Shu hurriedly left. Li Zongjio also walked towards Qi Yanran. Did you bring the money? Qi Yanran said the same thing to Shi Shu. Obviously, she was angry with Li Zongjio. It was Li Zongjio's fault for trapping her in the auction house yesterday. If you don't have it, then next time, Li Zongjio said and turned to leave. You, the money is here. Give me the pill. Chapter 469. Qi Yanran placed a big bag of purple yuan diamonds on the table. A purple yuan diamond was equivalent to 10,000 purple yuan coins. That is, there must be 10,000 purple yuan diamonds in the bag. Purple yuan diamonds were a hard currency in any place and could be exchanged for equivalent value. Sometimes the value would be much higher. Therefore, relatively speaking, the value of purple yuan diamonds must be higher. If there was money, Li Zongjio would naturally put it away. Just tonight, he easily earned 20 billion purple yuan coins. But in fact, in Li Zongjio's view, it was really difficult to earn money now. He even went out personally to collect money from these little brats. It was already the middle of the night. Li Zongjio worked so hard just for this stinky money. There was really no other way. After all, it was not easy to survive in this world. If Qi Yanran or anyone else knew what Li Zongjio was thinking now, they would definitely rush up and cut Li Zongjio into pieces. This was 10 billion purple yuan coins. 10 billion purple yuan coins, if converted into gold yuan coins, it was equivalent to an unknown amount of money. It was obviously just a 4th grade pill, but you sold it to that fool for 10 billion purple yuan coins. Qi Yanran could naturally see the grade of the heavenly pill, but Qi Yanran could not sense the effect of the heavenly pill. In this regard, Qi Yanran was also very curious about what the heavenly pill Li Zongjio was talking about was. After all, in front of outsiders, she did not expose Li Zongjio. If Li Zongjio wanted to fool her by relying on her trust in him, Qi Yanran would not let him off. Qi Yanran would definitely not let Li Zongjio go. Who told you that your illness can be cured with a pill? Come with me, Li Zongjio said lightly. He put away the money directly, then turned and walked out. "All right, let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve." Qi Yanran also got up and followed him out. She wanted to see what Li Zongjio could do. If it was any other place, Qi Yanran might have some misgivings. However, this was the sacred Flame Royal City. She only needed to wave her hand and a large number of special envoys would come. There was almost no need to worry about public security. In addition, the Qi family was not weak. Naturally, Yuan King level elites could be summoned at any time. With such strength, there was naturally nothing for Li Zongjio to be afraid of. Immediately, the two of them walked out. Li Zongjio took Qi Yanran back to his manor. Qi Yanran had seen Li Zongjio's manor in the intelligence. It was not a good place. With Li Zongjio's income tonight, as long as it was not in some special places, he could directly buy several big houses. Now, when she walked in, the manor that Li Zongjio lived in could be described as extremely simple and lifeless. It was as if no one had lived in this manor before. The weeds in the surrounding corners were almost taller than a person. There are two ways to get rid of the blood poison in your body. One is to change your blood, and the other is to enter my Azura cauldron. With that, Li Zongjio placed the Azura cauldron in the garden. The surroundings were empty. What did Li Zongjio mean? Did he want her to enter his immortal cauldron? What do you mean? Although Qi Yanran had some understanding, she still could not believe that there was such a treatment method. It was simply unprecedented and unheard of. Don't be too funny. You are square. With my control, I can guarantee that you will be fine. However, you'd better wear some ordinary clothes when you enter, because your clothes will be burned away in a while. After Li Zongjio finished speaking, he directly sat down cross-legged. You choose whether you want me to do it or not. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Qi Yanran's eyes widened. What do you mean? You want me to jump into the cauldron? You also want to burn my clothes? Li Zongjio, are you deliberately making fun of me? Qi Yanran was ashamed and angry. When they made a deal with each other, it was all about trust. However, you actually used such a method to humiliate Qi Yanran. She was a dignified maiden, but now she had to obediently let her clothes be burned away in front of you? Making fun of you? I don't have time for that. I still have a lot of things to do. Are you going to treat this illness or not? Li Zongjio also said very frankly. At the same time, looking at Qi Yanran's embarrassed face, Li Zongjio was also very happy in his heart. The essence of evil Lord was gradually spreading. Teasing a little girl was not a difficult thing for the dignified evil Lord. Now, Qi Yanran had only one choice. Otherwise, the power of the longevity tree original spirit would gradually wither. Qi Yanran could also feel that the longevity tree was about to die. Li Zongjio did not deceive Qi Yanran about this treatment method. Only by taking off the clothes could all the toxins be expelled, and the efficiency would be higher. This kind of stripping treatment was also something that could not be helped. If Li Zongjio possessed the essence, force, cultivation of a primitive sovereign, he would be able to heal from a distance. But now there was no other way. Qi Yanran was angered by Li Zongjio's attitude. Who knew if he was a hooligan or not? This was such a big matter. Couldn't he be more sincere? She clenched her fists tightly, wishing that she could punch Li Zongjio to death right now. Li Zongjio looked like a righteous man, but who would have thought that his heart was so filthy and despicable? Unsightly. But on second thought, if Li Zongjio was really a hooligan, he would have done some hooligan things in front of the medicinal spring that day. In that case, Li Zongjio would definitely not have lived until now. He would have been killed by Qi Yanran using various means. The situation was different from the Yi family. The people of the Yi family did not figure out the situation even when they died. After all, Li Zongjio's appearance was too fast and direct, and he killed them directly. If the Yi family was ready and had made their goal clear, Li Zongjio would not be able to move an inch. Even in Monarch City, there would be a real bloodbath. Of course, in the end, the Yi clan would be the one to lose. If Qi Yanran took action, the end would not be good. Qi Yanran put a big bag of purple yuan diamonds on the table. A purple yuan diamond was equivalent to 10,000 purple yuan coins. That was, he had to have 10,000 purple yuan diamonds in his hand. Purple yuan diamonds were considered a hard currency, no matter where he went, and could be exchanged for an equivalent value. Sometimes the value of the purple yuan diamonds would be much higher. Therefore, relatively speaking, the value of purple yuan diamonds must be higher. If there was money to collect, Li Zongjie would naturally put it away. Just tonight, he easily earned 20 billion purple yuan coins. But in fact, in Li Zongjie's view, it was too difficult to earn money now. He even went out personally to collect money from these little brats. It was already the middle of the night. Li Zongjie worked so hard just for this stinky money. There was really no other way. After all, it was not easy to survive in this world. If Qi Yanran or anyone else knew what Li Zongjie was thinking now, they would definitely rush up and cut Li Zongjie into pieces. This was 10 billion purple yuan coins. 10 billion purple yuan coins, if converted into gold yuan coins, it was equivalent to an unknown amount of money. It was obviously just a fourth-grade pill, but you sold it to that fool for 10 billion purple yuan coins. Qi Yanran could naturally see the grade of the heavenly pill. However, Qi Yanran could not sense the effect of the heavenly pill. Regarding this, Qi Yanran was also very curious about what the heavenly pill Li Zongjie was talking about was. After all, in front of outsiders, she did not expose Li Zongjie. If Li Zongjie wanted to fool her by relying on her trust in him, Qi Yanran would not let him off. Qi Yanran would definitely not let Li Zongjie go. Who told you that your illness can be cured with a pill? Come with me, Li Zongjie said lightly. He directly put away the money, then turned and walked out. Well, I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Qi Yanran also got up and followed him out. She wanted to see what tricks Li Zongjie had up his sleeves. If it was any other place, Qi Yanran might have some misgivings. However, this was the sacred flame royal city. He only needed to wave his hand, and a large number of special envoys would come. There was almost no need to worry about public security. In addition, the Qi family was not weak. They could naturally summon yuan, king-level powerhouses, at any time. With such strength, there was naturally nothing for Li Zongjie to be afraid of. Immediately, the two of them walked out. Li Zongjie brought Qi Yanran back to his manor. Qi Yanran had seen Li Zongjie's manor in the intelligence reports. It was not a good place, based on Li Zongjie's income tonight. As long as it was not in some specific places, it was enough to buy a few big mansions. Now, when she walked in, the manor that Li Zongjie lived in could be described as extremely simple and lifeless. It was as if no one had lived in this manor before. The weeds in the surrounding corners were almost taller than a person. There are two ways to get rid of the blood poison in your body. One is to change your blood, and the other is to enter my Azura cauldron. With that, Li Zongjie placed the Azura cauldron in the garden. Chapter 470. This chick's temper is not small. Li Zongjie could not help but smile. Qi Yanran was so decisive. Li Zongjie liked this kind of character. At least she was not shy. But your temper is not much use in front of me. You still have to come in obediently. Teasing was teasing, but he still had to do business. He could not ruin his reputation at will. Li Zongjie still had to do a good job. His reputation was the most important. The obsidian fire flickered slightly. Qi Yanran's behavior was extremely bold. Once one entered the alchemist's alchemy furnace, it was as good as handing one's life over to the alchemist. Inside the alchemy furnace, there was no chance to escape at all. Qi Yanran did not know why she was so bold. If Li Zongjie was actually a big liar, then she would lose both her life and her money. But as a woman, Qi Yanran's intuition was also very accurate. So at this time when facing Li Zongjie, she also inexplicably trusted him. Just like yesterday in the Cool Breeze gang. The reason why Li Zongjiu trapped her was not to prevent her from interfering with his work, but to protect Qi Yanran. As long as Qi Yanran did not come out of the Cool Breeze gang, those people would not do anything to her. This was a rude way to protect Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran thought of this after she calmed down. Li Zongjiu did not care about other people's feelings at all. It seemed that he was the only dominant between heaven and earth. Such a strong man. Qi Yanran also had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Just as Qi Yanran was thinking about it, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Qi Yanran also subconsciously wanted to use her cultivation to defend. But at this most critical moment, she held back. In fact, even if she used her cultivation to defend, it would be useless. The flames that rose from the surroundings instantly poured into Qi Yanran's body. Boom! Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with shock. Soon after, the clothes on his body also rose into the air like ashes and were completely burned away. Her spotlessly white skin was immediately exposed. However, the power was still under control. His clothes, headwear, jewelry, rings, and even his shoes were not damaged in the slightest. What astonishing control of power! Qi Yanran's heart was suddenly surprised. No wonder Li Zongjiu was able to defeat her in alchemy. Even though her longevity tree was full of energy that day and there was nothing wrong with it, she still couldn't beat Li Zongjiu. They looked the same on the outside, and it was hard to tell anything apart from each other. However, when you walked in, it was different. He could clearly feel the power within it, and the control was exquisite beyond compare. In Qi Yanran's opinion, Li Zongjiu's strength was too strong. Boom! Qi Yanran felt the skin on her body become lighter and immediately exclaimed. At this moment, she only had a thin undergarment on her body. There were only a few places that could be covered by the underwear, only a few key parts of the body. Qi Yanran, who was so holy and pure, was dressed like this in front of a man today, although there was a cauldron between them. Speaking of the ambiguous relationship between her and Li Zongjiu, it was not only today. Last time in the medicinal spring, it was even worse. It was all because of Li Zongjiu. She, the dignified young lady of the Qi family, almost had no dignity in front of Li Zongjiu. Her back was already white, and she could even feel her ears and cheeks were already slightly red. Such an exciting scene made Qi Yanran even more ashamed and resentful. But fortunately, this last piece of clothing was not burned by Li Zongjiu, which was a little respect for her and gave her the last bit of dignity. If even this last piece of clothing was burned directly, it was estimated that after Qi Yanran recovered, she would probably consider whether to kill Li Zongjiu to silence him. Although Li Zongjiu's treatment method was a bit strange and special, the effect was obvious. All the flames poured into the veins of Qi Yanran's body, and the power kept pouring in. Immediately, she could feel the vitality in her body. The somewhat withered longevity tree in her body gradually recovered, and she could clearly feel that her strength was gradually recovering. Sure enough, he has some skills. To be able to use the effect of the flames to control the power, and at the same time to remove the blood poison in the body one by one. This was no doubt a huge project. For the caster, this would definitely be a huge project. Boom! During this process, Qi Yanran clearly felt that her power was constantly increasing. Under such circumstances, Qi Yanran was immediately shocked. Wait, what's going on? My longevity tree. The longevity tree in Qi Yanran's body seemed to be attracted at this moment. Because of the existence of power, the longevity tree was able to grow continuously. Qi Yanran could not believe that such a situation would occur. This was because the longevity tree itself was like a meta beast, and in fact it also had grade. For example, before this, the grade of Qi Yanran's longevity tree was 800 years old according to the age of the medicinal herbs. If enough energy could be replenished, the longevity tree could directly break through in the process, reach the age of 1,000 years, and directly become the longevity tree king. For Qi Yanran, it would take a long time to advance to the longevity tree king. It would be difficult to succeed in less than 10 or 20 years. After all, Qi Yanran's father, Qi Shaohun, had only advanced the cultivation of the longevity tree to the longevity tree king at the age of 45. And with Li Zongjiu assisting in the treatment, why did his primordial spirit advance? In the blink of an eye, the age of the longevity tree had increased by 100 years, a 900-year-old longevity tree. It only needed one more step to become a real longevity tree king. At that time, the power that Qi Yanran's longevity tree could exert would be even more powerful than Qi Xiaohuan's. If it could become a 10,000-year-old longevity tree, it would not be strange for it to lead the Qi family to its former peak. Chapter 471. I didn't expect the power of the White Dragon original spirit to have such an effect. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. In order to be more focused and better grasp the situation, Li Zongjiu also directly released the White Dragon original spirit, and even the vast flying knife also assisted with the power. It wasn't easy to earn 10 billion. Li Zongjiu had done his best and put in a lot of effort to stabilize the situation in front of him. During the treatment process, Li Zongjiu's White Dragon original spirit amplified his mental strength to assist him. But at the same time, it also affected the growth of the longevity tree and also absorbed a certain amount of energy from the longevity tree. It was almost a perfect win-win situation. Just take it as a free gift. This time it's a big loss. Li Zongjiu also shook his head helplessly. This was indeed a big loss. Just the quality of the original spirit was like directly raising the strength of a rank 3 meta beast in your body to a rank 4 meta beast. The benefits that could be experienced were simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Even your fate would be changed because of this change. This was the most amazing thing. Li Zongjiu also did not expect that his White Dragon original spirit would have such an effect. Now that he had received the money, it was not good to ask for more money. After all, his reputation was still here. It was time to consider the issue of price in the future. The treatment continued until dawn was about to break. At this moment, it was the darkest moment before dawn, and the surroundings were dark. Li Zongjiu's own yuan power had been consumed for such a long time, and his body was also a little weak. Okay, get ready to come out. When Li Zongjiu's voice fell, he raised his hand and slapped the Azura cauldron. He did not give the other party a chance and directly slapped Qi Yanran out of the cauldron. Qi Yanran exclaimed. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and directly put on a long robe. However, because she was in a hurry, one could still see the faintly discernible long white legs swaying. Even though it was just before dawn, it was still blindingly white. Who? Li Zongjiu also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing that Qi Yanran still seemed to want more, it could be said that Qi Yanran had made a big profit this time. Not only that, but the blood poison in his body had also been completely removed. Furthermore, the power of this primordial spirit was also constantly breaking through. Right now, it directly possessed 990 years of age. He was only 1 year away from becoming a longevity tree king. Qi Yanran could also feel that Li Zongjiu had deliberately left the last year for her. Only through her own comprehension could she truly break through and truly possess her own strength. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so thoughtful, and she could not help but feel slightly touched. Although Li Zongjiu looked like a bastard on the surface, he was actually a good person. Even in such a wild side, he still had such a meticulous side. Your treatment has ended, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. After today, he would go into seclusion to challenge the Genius Tower. Only the first person to rush into the Genius Tower would be able to obtain the Universe 9 revolving needle. In the Genius Tower, some people could keep the things they obtained after clearing the trial. It was also a kind of benefit. Every time a difficult problem was solved in the Genius Tower, some new notes would appear. If the people who entered the Genius Tower later on were to carefully comprehend, they would be able to feel the cultivation path within. This level of comprehension required a sufficient level of cultivation to accept it. Now that Li Zongjiu's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Yuan ancestor realm, he was just one step away from the Yuan monarch realm. Almost no one in the city could stop him. Without any other troubles, Li Zongjiu also had to fulfill his promise to Nansheng. Thank you. I hope you can keep today's matter a secret, Qi Yanran said. The matter that Qi Yanran was talking about was naturally not something like the treatment, but something about the longevity tree, primordial spirit. After all, for Qi Yanran, this would be a very important hidden strength. If any of her trump cards were revealed to others, then others would make targeted actions. Therefore, Qi Yanran also hoped that Li Zongjiu would keep it a secret. It's just a small matter. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, after a night of hard work, he could finally have a good rest. In addition, I know that you have a grudge against Qing Yuan Manor. If you need anything in the future, you can come and find me at any time. This butterfly bookmark is my personal item. With this item, you can enter and leave the Qi family's territory as you wish. The Qi family will naturally know what is going on when they see this item. Qi Yanran said. Then, she threw the butterfly bookmark in her hand to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu naturally reached out and caught the exquisite butterfly bookmark in his hand. Oh, right, let me ask you something. Are there any meta beasts in your manor? Qi Yanran asked. Li Zongjiu was looking at the bookmark in his hand. Yuan beasts in captivity? Was this referring to the Howling Moon Wolf King? Before Li Zongjiu could answer, he saw two figures leap into the wall. Plop! Awoo! The Howling Moon Wolf King's body landed on the ground. When it saw Li Zongjiu in the courtyard, it howled happily. Inghu also landed on the ground with an item in his hand. He happened to see Li Zongjiu in front of him. Immediately, he threw the item in his hand onto the ground in an extremely pleased manner. Hee, young Master Li, I have completed the task you asked me to do. The head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader is in this cloth bag. Inghu was extremely proud of the battle tonight. The cooperation between him and the Howling Moon Wolf King was really amazing. It was almost effortless for them to take the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader. Li Zongjiu glanced at Inghu and the Howling Moon Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, Inghu saw that there were other people in the courtyard. Immediately, he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly covered his face. If he was discovered, his reputation would be ruined. If that was the case, wouldn't his reputation as Shadow Fox be ruined? If the people outside knew that he, Shadow Fox, had killed the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, who knew how many ruthless people would come knocking on his door. At the moment, Inghu did not want to become famous so early. It was better to keep a low profile. This you, young Master Li, even if you are looking for a girl, you should at least say something. When Inghu saw that Qi Yanran's clothes were untidy and she had just put on her clothes in a hurry, he immediately realized what had happened and blurted out. Chapter 472. Qi Yanran had already checked the surrounding situation and did not find any meta beasts. However, in the next second, she saw a man and a wolf climbing over the wall. She saw a head rolling on the ground. Qi Yanran was shocked. The head of the Azure Dragon Gang's leader. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang hid very well. If they wanted to deal with the Azure Dragon Gang, they would be greatly affected in the future. The Azure Dragon Gang occupied the entire underground forces. Among the underground forces, the Azure Dragon Gang was almost the most ruthless one. Therefore, very few people dared to provoke them. Even the relationship between the Yi family and the Azure Dragon Gang was only a cooperative one. They didn't dare to directly take over the Azure Dragon Gang as their own. But now, it seemed like someone had already chosen to do so. It was incomparably decisive and efficient. Most importantly, Qi Yanran now knew that there was indeed a powerful meta-beast in Li Zongjiu's mansion. With just a glance, Qi Yanran knew that the meta-beast's strength was extraordinary. This was because of the ability given by her longevity tree original spirit. She could see the essence of some creatures and even feel the good and evil of the other party. Of course, this was only a relative ability. For a temperamental and changeable person like Li Zongjiu, there was naturally no way. Everything was according to his will. The man in front of her looked like a killer, but he only had fear for Li Zongjiu and did not have any respect for him. This meant that he was forced to do this for Li Zongjiu. This made things much more interesting. Therefore, Qi Yanran was also thinking about the relationship between the two. In addition, there was the existence of the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, when she heard Yinghu's words, a cold killing intent suddenly appeared in Qi Yanran's eyes. She did not know this person, but he dared to speak rudely. Qi Yanran must kill the person in front of her and make him pay the price. This nonsense was going to cost him his life. You're courting death. With a wave of Qi Yanran's hand, the Yuanli in the air instantly turned into a rattan. With the sound of a strong wind, the rattan flew towards Yinghu's face. In front of Li Zongjiu, perhaps she would reveal some of her feminine side. Sometimes they would not be calculative with each other because this was a matter between a man and a woman. However, in front of outsiders, this arrogant young lady of the Qi family would not allow anyone to look down on her or treat her with disdain. The speed of this vine was too fast. Shadow Fox didn't even have time to react, and his body only had time to dodge out of reflex. Pa! When the whip came down, it left a bloody mark on Yinghu's body. It was full of strength. Then, another vine suddenly appeared, giving the Shadow Fox no place to hide. It was immediately trapped. They were tightly bound from head to toe, and there were even sharp thorns on the vines. If they didn't struggle, they wouldn't hurt them at all. However, if they didn't listen to them and struggled, they would definitely cut their heads until they bled. Taking advantage of this gap, Qi Yanran had already put on her clothes and tidied them up neatly. Now, Yinghu knew that he seemed to have offended someone very powerful. At this moment, a ray of light appeared in the sky. It was dawn. Yinghu, who was tied to the ground, finally saw clearly who the person in front of him was. Damn it, it's the young lady of the Qi family. Damn it, I'm going to die. In Yinghu's heart, he even wanted to die. How could this happen? In the end, he still fell into Qi Yanran's hands. What did he say just now? He actually said that the young lady of the Qi family was a prostitute. It was no wonder that Qi Yanran was so angry. This had already angered Qi Yanran. Even if she killed him, it wouldn't be too much. What Yinghu didn't expect was that Qi Yanran's strength was so strong that even with his level, there was no way for him to escape. He could only be trapped here. Immediately, Yinghu hurriedly called Li Zongjiu for help. Yinghu's reaction was really fast. If he begged Qi Yanran for mercy, it would be useless. Instead, it would make Qi Yanran want to kill him faster. It would only enrage the person in front of him. However, since she was in Li Zongjiu's courtyard, there must be a relationship between them. As for what kind of relationship it was, it could be roughly guessed by looking at Qi Yanran's clothes. Therefore, if Li Zongjiu asked for mercy, it would be 10,000 times better than him begging for mercy. Young Master Li, Lord Li, Uncle Li, please help me beg for mercy. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was as blind as a bat, Yinghu sobbed. Li Zongjiu acted as if he didn't hear him. He closed his eyes and meditated. The Howling Moon Wolf King naturally didn't dare to move without Li Zongjiu's order. Instead, it looked at the scene in front of it very obediently. Qi Yanran didn't kill him, but every time the whip fell on his body, the pain was magnified 100 times. Crack! In the end, Yinghu couldn't stand it anymore. It was better to rely on oneself than to beg others. Naturally, he thought of a way to escape. It wasn't easy for him to perform the cicada shedding carapace. His body came out of the rattan, and then he directly rushed into the distance. In fact, after performing this move, the consumption of his body was so great that it was difficult for him to bear. Want to run? Chi Yanran didn't say anything. She once again threw a long wooden whip at Ing-hu. However, this time it was only a doppelganger. It directly blasted the doppelganger into pieces. Ing-hu had already rushed in another direction. However, as soon as it climbed over the wall, it was immediately entangled by a large tree outside the wall. The tree branches seemed to have grown eyes, and they also seemed to be extremely agile arms. In an instant they bound the shadow fox. "Is he one of your men?" Chi Yanran asked Li Zongjiu. She seemed to be prepared to give face to Li Zongjiu. In front of Chi Yanran, Ing-hu had almost no power to fight back. If he was one of Li Zongjiu's men, she was more or less prepared to give face. However, Li Zongjiu also shook his head very decisively. "Don't, my lord. You forgot that I am your loyal servant, my lord." "My lord? Have you forgotten?" "Oh, I have already pledged my loyalty to you. I am your man when I am alive, and I am your ghost when I am dead." Ing-hu hurriedly shouted loudly. He was afraid that Li Zongjiu didn't hear him. Chapter 473. Oh! Li Zongjiu looked at Ing-hu. Ing-hu seemed to be a little surprised, but his reaction was still very fast. He actually reacted immediately. When Chi Yanran heard this, she waved her hand and threw Ing-hu, who was covered in cuts and bruises, to the ground. Ing-hu's body rolled a few times on the ground and finally landed in front of Li Zongjiu. "Since he's your man, I'll give you face. Otherwise, his head will definitely fall to the ground." Chi Yanran raised her head and looked at the sky. It was already much brighter. Immediately, she flicked her sleeves and turned to leave. At this moment, only Ing-hu and Li Zongjiu were left in the courtyard. "You better remember what you said just now. Otherwise, I'll have to ask that woman to take care of you." Li Zongjiu looked at Ing-hu in front of him and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ing-hu was already quite old. However, he felt that he had been tricked by these people in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the young couple in front of him was acting and then setting a trap for him. One was playing the good cop, the other was playing the bad cop. Now that the good cop had left, he was directly thrown to the bad cop. Why were the young people nowadays so insidious? This is the key to the manor. You can use the windows to open the door. This is the key to the manor. You don't have to go through the windows in the future. I'll leave everything in the manor to you. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be going into seclusion in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If you have any issues, you can deal with them with the Howling Moon Wolf King. The Howling Moon Wolf King will report everything to me. Take care of yourself. In addition, if Tai Feiha from the Great Delight Casino comes looking for you to fight, you must fight. Find some time to send this head to Tai Fei. Li Zongjiu directly threw the manor key to Ing-hu. Ing-hu was also a little surprised. Wasn't the speed at which he gained their trust a little too fast? He actually handed over the manor to him so quickly. When Ing-hu saw Li Zongjiu's manor, he wanted to retire and have a good rest in such a place. Although he didn't get the other half of the commission for killing Li Zongjiu, it was equivalent to owning such a large manor. Wasn't that what he wanted? Find some time to clean up the weeds around there. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he left. He had nothing else to say. The red-maned horse at the back of the courtyard was also instructed to take care of it regularly. When necessary, it could be brought out for a walk. These matters were nothing to the shadow fox. As for why Li Zongjiu was so confident in handing over the manor to him, Li Zongjiu didn't mind. Naturally, Shadow Fox knew that the Howling Moon Wolf King before him would not let him go. The Howling Moon Wolf King's intelligence was much higher than he had imagined. Moreover, he seemed to have a way to communicate with the Howling Moon Wolf King directly. If the Howling Moon Wolf King could speak one day, Ing-hu didn't find it strange at all. Then Ing-hu took a sickle and began to cut the weeds in the courtyard. I didn't expect that I, the King of Assassins, would have to cut the weeds in this small courtyard. However, although his mouth was full of disdain, he was very happy when he was cutting the grass. This was because cutting the grass was much simpler and faster than cutting the head of a person. Although the king of assassins had fallen to such a state, however, the king of assassins seemed to be quite happy. Sure family. When Sure Shu returned home that night, he didn't immediately take the elixir. This was because in such a panicked and tense situation, it would definitely affect his body and even affect the effect of the elixir. As an alchemist, he was naturally aware of the disadvantages of this. Immediately, Sure Shu adjusted his aura to a stable state. When his aura stabilized, he finally took out the heavenly restoration pill. This elixir was worth 10 billion purple yuan. However, 10 billion purple yuan was nothing in Sure Shu's eyes. As long as he could recover, it would be more than 10 billion purple yuan. In the future, there would be hundreds of billions or even trillions of purple yuan. The premise was that his dry veins disease could be cured. Sure Shu didn't even want this elixir to cure his dry veins disease completely. Even if he was given another 10 years, he would be able to solve this problem. However, the problem was that he didn't have that much time left. Sure Shu swallowed the heavenly pill. It was different from the elixirs in the past. In the past, the elixirs would melt in his mouth and directly turn into various kinds of energy and enter his body. However, this time, the elixir was swallowed like a stone. The process of swallowing it was extremely painful. At first, the heavenly pill didn't have any effect. Sure Shu even thought that he had bought a fake elixir. Could it be that Li Zongjio had cheated him of his money? Just as this thought flashed past Sure Shu's mind, he suddenly felt a twisting pain in his abdomen. It seemed like his heart, organs, and various intestines were rapidly twisting. Under such a crazy twisting situation, Sure Shu felt incomparable pain. He had never felt such pain before. Even his internal organs were about to be completely twisted into paste. He fell to the ground and curled up. Cold sweat flowed down. Oh no, Li Zongjio wanted to poison me to death. Sure Shu never thought that Li Zongjio would be so cruel and merciless. He had cheated 10 billion purple yuan from him and was now using such a method to kill him. Sure Shu was filled with regret and anger. The pain lasted for 6 hours. When Sure Shu was on the verge of death, he was left with his last breath. He suddenly realized what was happening in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find that his strength was much stronger than before. In the past, he always felt weak and powerless, as if there was no way to gather the strength in his body. However, it was different this time. Inside my body! Sure Shu didn't have time to check his body. He immediately felt that in his meridians, it was like a drain that had just been opened. In an instant, a terrifying power surged out from the drain. Boom! Sure Shu only felt that terrifying power surging out of his body. At first, Sure Shu was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. However, he remembered what Li Zongjie said last night. After swallowing this elixir, it would cause the rapid gathering of strength. Therefore, he needed someone to protect him. Not only could it heal his injuries, but it could also increase his strength. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Now is not the time to lose. Li Zongjio, you have given me this opportunity. I, Sure Shu, will repay you 10,000 times. Chapter 474. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Kuin Arashi's whereabouts were a little unusual recently. When Li Zongjio returned to the academy, he met Shueiwe, who was looking for Kuin Arashir. Li Zongjio, have you seen Kuin Arashir? That guy has been acting mysteriously recently. Shueiwe gritted her teeth fiercely as she spoke. It seemed as though she wanted to drag Lan Kuan out and beat him up to vent her anger. I don't know. He should be cultivating with sinew. Li Zongjio said, looking at Shueiwe's angry look. It seemed like the two of them got along well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come looking for him across 2 academies. I'm so angry. We agreed to go to the night market to sell things together, but this guy disconnected again. Shui waved her hand. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Li Zongjio, don't forget that I've almost gathered 1 billion purple yuan. Shui said seriously. Oh, how much have you gathered? 80 million, good luck. Li Zongjio said. The 80 million purple yuan was probably obtained from the auction of the sky fragrance, Drunken Moonstone, after deducting the transaction fee, the remaining money. This money was also obtained from Zhao Jingxian. Li Zongjio walked towards the Genius Tower after he finished speaking. I'll definitely gather it. Shui gritted her teeth and said. Although the price of 1 billion purple yuan was very high, Shui had to earn it through her own efforts. If she had to ask others for help, it would be meaningless. Moreover, this matter had to be kept absolutely confidential. In front of the Genius Tower, there would also be some elders and students on duty, other than the senior brothers and sisters of the upper echelons who were doing their best to clear the levels and open up new territory for the students. There were also disciples who were frequently exploring and comprehending between the other levels. The reason why Guisi came out of seclusion last time was because he had passed through the checkpoint at the top of the 7th floor. He had solved the difficult problem within and was even faster than the others. To be able to accomplish such a feat, it was sufficient to show Guisi's strength. Of course, after a few days, there were also people who passed through the 7th level. Right now, the 8th level had already been opened. After wandering around for a few days, Guisi was prepared to return to the 8th level and continue to explore. He had already finished comprehending the questions he had solved the previous time, and now he needed to replenish it. In fact, Guisi's strength was still very strong, but unfortunately he loved to show off. Unfortunately, he met Li Zongjio, who didn't fall for this trick. Naturally, he would suffer a big loss. To become a disciple of the Genius Tower, you must first register and pay a fee. Which class are you in? Li Zongjio came to a small wooden house at the side. There were also some related matters in this wooden house. Some people didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and thought that they were infallible, especially those who came to the Genius Tower for the first time. They thought that they were great and wanted to directly challenge the checkpoint that no one could pass. However, the consumption of energy was too great, so they would directly fall into the checkpoint and constantly overdraw. If this continued, they would directly overdraw until they fainted. Even if they died, such a thing had happened before. It wasn't a rare thing. Therefore, there were so many rules set up to prevent these people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth from directly challenging the checkpoint. Heavenly STEM Department A class, first year. Li Zongjio said, first year. The person in charge raised his head and glanced at Li Zongjio. A mere first year dared to come to the Genius Tower. His courage wasn't small. However, there were also many people who chose to come and watch. After all, the Genius Tower was their academy's signboard. Since it's your first time here, let's start from the 1st floor. I want to go directly to the 8th floor, Li Zongjio said. The person in charge was about to take the key and lead Li Zongjio to the 8th floor. Every time you cleared a level, the key to the next level would automatically appear. With this key, you could open the door to the next level. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any way to open the door. Even if you wanted to take a look, it would be impossible. At the same time, this key would always exist in the vicinity of the Genius Tower. There was no way to steal it. It was as if this key was actually a part of the Genius Pavilion. Such ingenious craftsmanship was truly astonishing. Even Li Zongjio didn't know how these people did it. Perhaps only after he saw through the mystery of that world would he be able to truly understand and achieve this level. What did you say? Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. This is the Genius Tower. I will arrange for you to enter the 1st floor to experience it. The person in charge said and was about to register Li Zongjio on the 1st floor. At the same time, he was also preparing to take the key. I said that I want to start from the 8th floor. Don't you understand? Li Zongjio said indifferently. A majestic aura was also released from his body. When this aura appeared, it immediately made the person in front of him feel an invisible pressure. He had already seen countless geniuses in his job here who wasn't respectful in front of him, but this kid called Li Zongjio in front of him actually had the guts to make a scene in front of him. However, under Li Zongjio's aura, he always felt like he was being stared at. He couldn't muster up the courage to confront Li Zongjio. Just looking at Li Zongjio's eyes was enough to cause one's heart to tremble in fear. Under such a situation, even the person in charge had a face of disbelief. A mere first-year student was actually able to display such an imposing aura. He couldn't believe it. Teacher Kong, if this kid wants to enter the 8th level, then let him experience it. That's good too. The name of the person in charge was Kong Zhuo. The Kong family used to be a big family with great influence in the family. Although it declined later on, the temperament of a big shot was preserved. As a descendant of a famous family, Kong Zhuo was naturally proud and arrogant. He even thought that these people could be taught at will. Only when he taught these geniuses a lesson would Kong Zhuo feel satisfied in his heart. But unfortunately, Li Zongjio hated it the most when others decided on his matters, especially after he had accurately said it. That meant that he wanted to disobey him. Guasi, do you know this person? Kong Zhuo looked at the person who walked in at this time. It was Guasi. Kong Zhuo was very optimistic about Guasi. After all, Guasi was the first to reach the 8th floor in such a short period of time. Now that he was prepared to continue on to the 8th floor after a little rest, he was very gratified. Learning was like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Haha, I don't know him. He's just a nobody. Guasi's eyes were filled with arrogance and contempt. Chapter 475. Li Zongjio also glanced at Guasi. Wasn't the beating last time enough? Li Zongjio said directly. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, Guasi felt his eyelids twitching fiercely a few times. Just because of these few words, Li Zongjio directly hit him and beat him to such a state. This caused the lecture that day to be directly scrapped, and there was no way to continue at all. This caused Guasi to be extremely furious. In this way, wouldn't many junior brothers and sisters be filled with resentment? What are you doing? Who are you trying to scare? How can you be so rude? Do you think this is a place for hooligans? Kong Zhuo immediately slapped the table and stood up. He angrily scolded Li Zongjio, as if he was going to teach him a lesson today. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Zongjio directly stretched out his hand and grabbed Kong Zhuo from behind the changing table. Bang! Kong Zhuo was directly thrown to the ground. His entire face was filled with confusion. Kong Zhuo was born in a prestigious family. Although it was said to be a declining prestigious family, the pressure was still there. There was actually a student who dared to hit him in his territory. This was simply an unheard-of story. Before Kong Zhuo could get up, Li Zongjio directly grabbed a vase from the counter and directly smashed it on Kong Zhuo's head. Before Kong Zhuo fainted, he also pointed at Li Zongjio. You. In the end, his neck tilted and he fainted. Li Zongjio, how dare you? This time, Guasi was not going to let Li Zongjio go. Today, he would let Li Zongjio know how powerful he was. Otherwise, did he really think that in this heavenly star medicine manner, he could dominate the world? Immediately, Guasi also activated his Yuan power. A Yuan power sword appeared in his hand and directly pierced towards Li Zongjio's chest. I've finally found an opportunity. Li Zongjio had attacked this teacher Kong Zhuo, which in itself was a heinous crime. The nature of his actions was extremely despicable. Now that he had subdued Li Zongjio, not only would he be able to take revenge, he would also be able to receive the Academy's commendation. He would become an influential figure in the Academy, punishing evil and eliminating evil, and his reputation would rise to another level. Catch your father. When Guasi came in, Li Zongjio wanted to beat him up. Based on the words of the old man in the library, Li Zongjio was indeed able to do whatever he wanted in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion. Naturally, Li Zongjio would not let go of this opportunity to deal with these two people who deserved a beating. With a slap, he shattered the Yuan power sword that Guasi had condensed. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the person in front of him. "What are you trying to do?" Guasi was shocked. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjio's fist had already landed on the bridge of Guasi's nose. Bang! Guasi's mind was immediately in a daze, and 2 streams of blood gushed out from his nose. The pain directly engulfed Guasi's entire head. Li Zongjio added another punch, and this punch directly smashed Guasi to the ground. Bang! He lay on the ground, unable to move. The entire thing happened in a matter of seconds, and even the Yuan power fluctuation did not have time to spread out. After that, Li Zongjio personally took out the key to the 8th floor. After walking out of the cabin, Li Zongjio was very considerate and closed the door of the cabin. There was no sound from the outside yet, so Li Zongjio was very considerate. "Why are you here by yourself? Where's Teacher Kong Zhuo?" When the elder in charge of the Genius Tower saw Li Zongjio come with the key, he could not help but feel puzzled. "He's chatting with Guasi." The 2 of them said that they wanted to have a good discussion, so he gave me the key and told me to come by myself. "I see. Go in," the elder on duty said. Kong Zhuo often had students coming to visit him. Sometimes Kong Zhuo would forcefully pull some students to read some ancient books and stories to them. In fact, he just wanted to make his presence known. Therefore, it was extremely normal. The elder on duty directly let Li Zongjio in. Li Zongjio directly went to the 8th floor. The key in his hand opened the door. When Li Zongjio pushed the door and entered, the door behind him suddenly closed. The key also automatically appeared on the wall outside the door and hung there. The surroundings were empty and pitch black. Only the praying mat on the ground emitted light. This was the inner world of the Genius Tower, and all the mysteries were on the praying mat. When you sit on the praying mat, you will enter the inner world. This world was like a maze. When you walk in, you must constantly move forward against the power from the void. Only in this way could you break through the power inside. When you finally walk out of this maze and wake up after clearing the level, it was considered that you have passed this level. In his previous life, Li Zongjio also came here. He immediately sat on the glowing praying mat. There was more than one praying mat, but in fact, when you walk in, you will only see one praying mat. If someone else comes in, they will see another praying mat. Li Zongjio sat on the cattail hassock and immediately felt that his body was sinking rapidly, as if he was being swallowed by a quagmire. However, this sinking feeling did not last for long. Soon, Li Zongjio opened his eyes. A single plank bridge appeared in front of him. On both sides of the single plank bridge, there was a bottomless abyss. One wrong step and you will be consigned to eternal damnation. After Li Zongjio observed for a while, he naturally stepped onto the single plank bridge. When Li Zongjio stepped onto the single plank bridge for the first time, the world around him began to change again. It was as if an incomparably thick black cloud had sunk into Li Zongjio's body, binding his feet like 10,000 chains. Outside the Genius Tower, Kong Zhuo woke up in the small wooden house. When he discovered what had happened to his body, he immediately flew into a rage. He did not expect that a small student would dare to kill him. "No, I must report this to the academy. If he is so vicious and merciless at such a young age, then he will be even worse in the future. I must punish this Li Zongjio." Looking at Guasi, the expert ranked 3rd on the alchemist ranking, he actually had his nose broken. Even now, he was still unconscious. This was simply shocking. To be able to beat Guasi to such a state, he must have used some kind of despicable, shameless, sinister, and vicious method. Someone come quickly. Someone robbed the Genius Tower. Someone stole the Genius Tower's key. Kong Zhuo immediately roared towards the outside. Kong Zhuo had been working in the academy for dozens of years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a vile situation. Chapter 476. Night fell. Two figures walked out of Li Zongjiu's manor, a man and a wolf dog. They walked towards the direction of Boyu Casino. At this moment, in Boyu Casino, Tai-Fai was also taking stock of the forces under his command. Today, he had already brought some people out to negotiate. Some of the small casinos that used to belong to the Yi family had been incorporated into the casino. However, these were just small matters that did not amount to much. Of course, the reason why he did this was to appease Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu were to be eliminated one day, wouldn't all these risky moves be more dangerous? It might even speed up his own demise. Now that the situation was uncertain, of course, it was better to be careful. The casino was still operating as usual. At this moment, Tai-Fai was calculating the current situation. He even invited a few of his old friends. Even Xuejiang was killed. Of course, he had to find some people to hold the fort. At this moment, a person came to report to Tai-Fai that someone wanted to see him. Who is it? Tai-Fai was surprised. Could it be Li Zongjiu? But if Li Zongjiu came, he would have known. Moreover, if Li Zongjiu came, he did not need to report. He could just walk in directly. It's an old man with a pet. Pet? Old man, what the hell? Drive him away. Tai-Fai did not remember seeing such a person. But he said that he has something to give to the boss. The subordinate said. Tai-Fai was slightly surprised. Something to give to him. Let him in. Although the current situation was complicated and anything could happen, Tai-Fai had a bad feeling. Shadow Fox and Howling Moon Wolf King walked up to the third floor and came to Tai-Fai's office. Tai-Fai first looked at Shadow Fox in front of him. He realized that he did not recognize the Shadow Fox in front of him. In terms of memory, Tai-Fai was quite confident. In this aspect, there would definitely be no problem. Who are you? What do you want to give me? Tai-Fai said. At this moment, there were two Jianghu experts standing behind Tai-Fai. These days, the wind blew the grass and the grass moved in the wind. Therefore, one must be prepared to protect oneself. Both of them stared at Shadow Fox. They completely ignored the Howling Moon Wolf King, who was lying on the ground and gnawing on a drumstick. Shadow Fox did not expect that there would be a day when he, the king of assassins in the dark, would walk out in the open. With the Howling Moon Wolf King by his side, he was filled with confidence wherever he went. With a king-level meta beast by his side, who would dare to provoke such a super fighter, wherever he went, he was filled with confidence. If it was in front of him, Shadow Fox would have to be sneaky when he went out. He would have to change his appearance continuously. Our young master asked me to give this to you. In order to prevent the blood from flowing everywhere, Shadow Fox found a metal box and placed the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader in it. Tai-Fai's eyelids twitched when he saw the metal box. Obviously, he had an extremely bad feeling about the appearance of the metal box. Open it. Tai-Fai gestured to the person behind him. This was the most basic rule of the underworld. How could one go forward and open the box? What if some hidden weapon or dart shot out? Wouldn't one be hit? Immediately, one of Tai-Fai's subordinates opened the box. Immediately, a bloody face appeared in front of them. At first, he was furious, but then he was shocked because he recognized who the head belonged to. He hurriedly looked at the old man in shock, then brought the head to Tai-Fai to see. When Tai-Fai saw the head, he immediately stood up from his seat. What? Tai-Fai sucked in a breath of cold air. The head in front of him was extremely familiar. Wasn't this the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader? He actually took off the head. Who was this old man in front of him? And who was the young master behind him? Sir, may I ask who your young master is? Tai-Fai asked in a deep voice. Inghu didn't hesitate. My young master is Li Zongjiu. When he said this, he immediately saw the fear and reverence in the eyes of Tai and the others, who enjoyed this kind of gaze very much. What did he strive for all his life? Wasn't it to be high and mighty and have everyone look up to him? However, Hu had been in the underworld for most of his life, although he had earned the title of King of Assassins. In fact, there were too many King of Assassins. Moreover, some of the rising stars were quite ruthless. In order to gain a position, these people's methods were extremely cruel. Therefore, even if Li Zhongjie didn't recruit him, Hu wouldn't be able to survive for long. Then he would have to retire. If he didn't retire, there would definitely be countless people among the younger generation who wanted to kill him. At the same time, some of the enemies he had made in the past would definitely come one after another. However, after submitting to Li Zhongjie with this name, he directly made these people look at him in a new light. They were in awe of him. It was really a case of a fine bird choosing a tree to nest in. I didn't expect young Master Li to succeed. Sir, may I ask for your name? It's just a nickname. It's not worth mentioning. My young master said that he's in seclusion. If there's anything, you can find me at the Autumn Water Avenue, White Deer Lane Manor. Hu also slowly got up. Autumn Water Avenue, White Deer Lane. It was where the manor that Li Zhongjie had purchased was located. This had brought great shock to Tai. This was the head of the Green Dragon Gang's leader. No wonder these people seemed to have quieted down recently. It was because of such a big thing. This made Tai somewhat uncertain. Who exactly was Li Zhongjie? He killed the Yi family's leader, and now he killed the Green Dragon Gang's leader. Both the black and white sides were casually beheaded. It was really shocking. With such strength, it was enough to move unhindered in Royal City. Now that both the Yi family and the Green Dragon Gang have suffered heavy losses, and I, Tai, have the help of this mysterious expert. If he doesn't give me a chance, it won't be strange even if Li Zhongjie gets rid of me. So this is my chance. Now that the two leaders have been beheaded, it's definitely time to harvest. Tai also grasped the opportunity. The outside world definitely didn't know about the Green Dragon Gang's leader. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so calm. Now, the Green Dragon Gang must have their own plans. Regarding this, Tai also made a prompt decision and immediately led a large group of people. Let's go to the Riches Casino. Chapter 477. Sher Family. The head of the Sher family was being impeached by the elder compound. 5 billion purple yuan. The Sher family's quarterly revenue is only 3 billion purple yuan. The head of the family is trying to starve the thousands of people in the Sher family for a full 2 months just to let that person with the dried pulse disease squander the money. The head of the family's actions are really inappropriate. This is an abuse of power, using the family's assets to protect one person. The elder compound will not tolerate such selfish behavior. The head of the Sher family, Sher Tyran, sat firmly in his seat and did not say anything in response to the accusations of the elders. It seems like someone secretly planned this impeachment meeting. There is no point in saying more. Since all of you have already decided, I will abdicate my position and give it to a worthy person. So what? Sher Tyran said slowly. To Sher Tyran, this was something that he had long expected. It was not because the Sher family could not afford the 5 billion purple yuan, but because Sher Tyran was not the only one who had the final say in the Sher family. If he wanted to use the 5 billion purple yuan, he had to go through various procedures. If he could not come up with a reasonable reason, he would be considered to have exceeded his authority. When Sher Tyran had first moved the 5 billion purple yuan, he had known that this would happen. However, he had not expected this day to come so quickly. The elders were relieved when they heard that Sher Tyran was willing to abdicate his position. Since Sher Tyran has decided to abdicate his position as the head of the family, we will choose a new head based on seniority. Sher Tyran, on account of your previous contributions to the Sher family, we will not punish you for now. Now leave the meeting hall." The great elder said slowly, "No one would be able to salvage the situation today." Although Sher Tyran had abdicated his position, he was still a Yuan monarch elite, and the family would not treat him too badly. Sher Tyran clenched his fists tightly. Although he had known that this day would come, it was still a great humiliation to be forcefully expelled from the meeting hall. Some of the elders were even whispering to each other and discussing this matter. They all expressed their pity for Sher Tyran. The reason he had ended up like this was because Sher Tyran's lineage had gone missing and failed to produce a capable son. None of them had the potential to become a Yuan monarch elite. Therefore, he had only chosen to send them on their way. As the head of the family, he had a lot of grievances to deal with. Rest in peace, big brother. Sher Tyran saw a figure stand up from the seat. Sher Chuji. Sher Tyran had never imagined that his own brother would be the one who had added fuel to the fire and ousted him from his position. This matter could be big or small. But there was no other way around it if someone magnified the problem. "I'll have to trouble you today. After I become the head of the family, I'll definitely make sure you guys settle down," Sher Chuji said with a smile. "If you had listened to my advice and cooperated with Qingyuan Manor, you would not have fallen to such a state. Based on my strength alone, I would not have been able to achieve such a state." "You!" Sher Tyran shouted angrily. He wished he could kill his own brother with one palm. How dare he betray his friend for glory? He betrayed the entire Sher family. Once the Sher family was involved in such a whirlpool, they would be doomed eternally. However, the current situation seemed to have reached a point of no return. Coming out of the conference hall, Sher Tyran's red eyes gradually disappeared. Only then did it gradually fade away. Now that he was no longer the family head, he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because of what had happened today, Sher Tyran also wanted to see his son, Sher Shu. When Sher Tyran had first found out about Sher Shu's situation, he had been in great pain. Although he had not interacted much with Sher Shu over the years, Sher Tyran had secretly cared for him. Otherwise, how could Sher Shu have so many resources in his hands, allowing him to cultivate to his current level? Even the credit for sealing his vitality back then was due to Sher Tyran's actions. If it wasn't for Sher Tyran, no one would have cared about Sher Shu's life or death. When Sher Tyran arrived at Sher Shu's courtyard, he found that there seemed to be a strange fluctuation lingering in the courtyard. It was extremely tyrannical. Because Sher Shu liked quiet places, his courtyard was located in the most remote corner of the Sher family. It was so far away that it was the wilderness behind the mountain. Sure, Sher Tyran was worried that someone had attacked Sher Shu. If that was the case, he would not let these people off. Since they dared to attack his son, they had crossed the bottom line. However, when Sher Tyran rushed into the house, there was only Sher Shu around. Moreover, the strange fluctuation was also released from Sher Shu's body. Sher Tyran's gaze landed on the stone tree. He discovered that the stone tree was releasing an exceptionally terrifying power. Following the appearance of this power, Sher Tyran's eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Such a powerful power. At this moment, Sher Shu's body was filled with a power that was comparable to his own. That was the Yuan King realm. However, Sher Shu's power had already exceeded his limit. In his current state, there was no way for him to reorganize this power. This was because he had never possessed such a powerful power and had never reached such a level. Immediately, Sher Tyran sat down and injected a force into the stone tree's body. At the same time, he guided and cleared the energy in the stone tree's body. Otherwise, if the energy accumulated together, it would directly cause the stone tree's body to explode. In the end, his body would explode and he would die. This was why Sher Tyran was so shocked. If he had come a little later, Sher Shu would probably have died. He continued to unblock Sher Shu's body for nearly 10 hours. The The terrifying power in Shi Shu's body also shocked Shi Tairan. Where did this power come from? It was actually so powerful. Most importantly, Shi Shu was actually able to cultivate. Originally, Shi Shu's dry meridian disease would limit his vitality. Therefore, Shi Shu's physical strength would only get weaker and weaker. However, it was different now. Shi Shu's body was full of vitality and energy. Could it be that Shi Shu's dry meridian disease? He has been cured. Even Shi Tairan could not help but feel excited. This was extremely exciting news. Shi Tairan simply could not believe it. He recalled that Shi Shu had also borrowed money to treat his illness. Now, it seemed that he was really fated to have picked up a treasure. He withdrew his aura. Shi Shu slowly opened his eyes. He was also aware of his own situation. My illness is cured. Chapter 478. Shi Shu and Shi Tairan exchanged glances. Although Shi Shu was still in a state of cultivation at that time, Shi Shu also understood that if it weren't for Shi Tairan's help, he wouldn't have been able to completely absorb and sort out this energy today. There was no need to say anything more between father and son. You're saying that Li Zongjiu from Heavenly Star Medicine Manor gave you a pill that directly cured your dried pulse disease? Shi Tairan asked in astonishment. One had to know that this pill had solved a truly difficult problem that had existed since the beginning of time. This kid must have extraordinary strength. No matter what, you must introduce me to this person. When talking about Li Zongjiu, even Shi Shu's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Later on, Shi Shu also learned that because of a mere 5 billion purple yuan, Shi Tairan actually caused his father to lose his position as the head of the family. This made Shi Shu extremely angry. In the past, he didn't have enough strength, but now it was different. With his current strength, he would definitely have a place in the family. No, this won't do. At this moment, the outside world still doesn't know your strength. You can't easily reveal your edge. Continue to wait. You have the dried pulse disease. Now that you've recovered, you'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Your strength must not be exposed. This will be our family's trump card. We still have to rely on you to deal with Qinyuan Manor. Shi Tairan said. Regarding this matter, Shi Tairan naturally saw it clearly. He absolutely could not allow the Qinyuan villa to control their Shi family. That group of idiots from the Elder Academy were simply a group of idiots. If the Shi family was really handed over to them, it wouldn't be long before they became cannon fodder. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Shi Tairan. The most important thing at this moment was naturally to endure humiliation and bear the burden. All right. Shi Shu's heart was filled with excitement at this moment. At first, he thought that his 10 billion purple yuan had bought a poison. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. Li Zongjiu's alchemy skills were definitely 100 times better than his. There was actually such a miraculous person in this world. It was really hard for Shi Shu to believe. Finally, I'm alive. Shi Shu's eyes were burning with incomparable excitement. Heavenly Stellar Medicine Manor. Regarding the matter of Li Zongjiu beating up teacher Kong Zhua, the upper echelons of the academy were enraged. The first to bear the brunt was Ling Yan. As for Ling Yan himself, he was even more confused. Her only 2 students had never been to class on time. She hadn't even seen her students for a long time. Ling Yan even suspected that she had been forgotten by them. As for Kuan Erisher, it was still all right. Occasionally, they would run into each other when they were in a hurry. It seemed that learning under Sun Yu was a good thing for Kuan Erisher. As for Li Zongjiu, if the academy hadn't found her, she wouldn't have known that Li Zongjiu had already entered the Genius Pavilion. Entering the Genius Pavilion was one thing, but why did he beat up teacher Kong Zhua for no reason? There was also this Guisi. Previously, they had heard that there seemed to be some friction between the two of them. However, it was normal for there to be some friction between students. She never imagined that such a thing would happen. This caused Ling Yan's head to swell. Teacher Kong, please calm down. When that kid comes out of the Genius Pavilion, I will definitely make him give you an explanation. Ling Yan said. Given their seniority, she had to give Kong Zhuo enough face. She couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, the problem would be quite serious. Teacher Ling, this is the disciple that you have handed over. When did my heavenly time medicine manner recruit people based on how sinister and vicious they are? Look, this person is so vicious. Expel him, you must expel him. Otherwise, others will think that our heavenly time medicine manor is a scoundrel camp. The reputation that we have built for 100 years will be destroyed in an instant. Kong Zhuo was filled with grief and indignation. His voice was filled with tears, as if he was touching the heavens and earth. Those who didn't know would think that Kong Zhuo was wronged. However, after listening to Kong Zhuo's words, Ling Yan felt extremely embarrassed. Now, she could only wait for Li Zongju to come out of the Genius Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get through today. If we calculate according to the time, he should have come out of the Genius Pavilion. If an ordinary student is not strong enough to comprehend the Genius Pavilion for 10 hours, they should be expelled quickly. The Genius Pavilion should have the ability to judge. Maybe he couldn't withstand it and died in there. Guo Si sneered. Li Zongjiu had indeed gone to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was something that Guo Si had painstakingly comprehended. This Li Zongjiu thought that he was better than him and that he knew some martial arts, so he could enter the Genius Tower. Since he was so confident, then he would make a fool of himself in public. The vastness of the Genius Pavilion was not something that an ordinary person could reach. Send someone up to take a look. The Genius Pavilion has not issued a warning. Even if we go up, we won't be able to bring him out. Kong Zhuo said. In addition to managing the people entering and exiting the Genius Pavilion, he also had another task, which was to study the Genius Pavilion. If the Genius Pavilion judged that the person who challenged the Genius Pavilion was unable to continue, they would directly send the person to the corridor. At that time, they would be able to carry the person down. However, if the person was trapped in the mystery of the Genius Pavilion and couldn't wake up, it would be difficult for the outside world to wake him up. Everything would depend on one's own luck. If the person who challenged the Genius Pavilion had the intention to withdraw and give up, they would be sent out of the Genius Pavilion. It was a place that could continuously train the students and help them to break through. The designer of the Genius Pavilion was simply a genius. It would benefit thousands of future generations. What is the meaning of the red light from the lantern under the eaves? Someone at the side said. This person was from the Academic Affairs Department, not an alchemist. The Genius Pavilion had no interest in this place. It was a place for a group of alchemy madmen to break through. He really didn't know what was so fun about this place. The red light represents a closed state. The Genius Pavilion is an octagonal building, but there are 4 lanterns on each floor. When the floor is unlocked, a lantern will light up. Once a small obstacle is broken, the red light will change to a green light. Look at the 8th floor. It is because of Guo Si's breakthrough that the green light lit up. Now, it is already in an unlocked state. Teacher Kong, isn't that the 9th floor? The person from the Academic Affairs Department carefully counted. Indeed, the first red light on the 9th floor had already lit up. Was your mathematics taught by a martial arts teacher? You can't even count clearly, yet you can still join the Academic Affairs Department. Now, you have only unlocked the 8th floor. How can you count to the 9th floor when Kong Zhuo raised his head to look? The lantern on the 9th floor was as dazzling as the scorching sun.